to, you can.
The governing board retreat is called to order. Will the secretary please note that all board members are present with the exception of board member Jeremiah Coda, Aaron Marquez, Seisha Napa, and Signa Oliver will be joining us online. Due to this, I'll be the interim president for today with the absence of our president.
We can't start until we have a quorum. Is she online
She's
already?
online. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Perfect.
Signa is online, right?
Yeah.
Do we see her somewhere, or?
I'm here, but I'm in a meeting.
Good morning.
May I continue?
Hi.
Perfect. Please note that today's meeting is being live streamed. If we can please get the audio for the Spanish translation.
Si necesita intérprete en español, favor de mirar a nuestro intérprete que se encuentra a un lado del cuarto. Gracias.
The first item on the agenda is 2A, Student Outcomes Focused Governance with Potential Action. Superintendent Andrade.
Thank you, Member Interim President Pastor Rivera. Welcome, team. Welcome, board members. I'm excited for this morning's session with Dr. Ramos, mostly because our team has really dipped our toe in the water and tried to move this work forward. And so it'll be really great to be able to dive in further today to see if we're on the right track. Again, this year being very much a practice, hold harmless, kind of figure out how we're going to do this and what makes the most sense. So with that said, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Ramos.
Thank you, Superintendent Andrade. Good morning, everyone. Good to be with you today. On the agenda, what I'd love for us to be able to cover is first, progress with community engagement and outreach. Love to check in with you to see how that's going, get a temperature gauge. What support do you need from me in that endeavor? The second one is going to be progress monitoring, because you've recently looked at interim goals, which is going to be the bread and butter of how you get to your goals. And the third part is going to be, it's time to do another board self-evaluation. Let's see how much progress you have made from the last time that we did that, and let's see what are some next action steps that you want to do. So let me pause and see what questions or wonderings you have before we get started. Oh, one more. I sent you homework. I did. I emailed all of you a board meeting from another district. I won't say their name, but I emailed you a board meeting from another district. I emailed you their progress monitoring report, and I also emailed you a scholarly piece called "Does Board Leadership Matter?" You didn't get that? Yes.
If you send it to the email here, I didn't get it because I use my heartfelt teacher at home. I never get into my email here, so.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me know that.
It's heartfelt teacher at cox.net, just so you know. Okay.
And
Actually, I pulled it up. I see it was sent on October 2nd.
Yes, I sent it 2 weeks ago. I got feedback that I should send homework 2 weeks in advance.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I actually received it. I'm checking in my inbox. Did you send it to?
I sent it to your Phoenix Union emails, yes. And that's okay if you didn't. What's going to happen is after today, this is my ask of all of you. And what I need, this is kind of where I want to learn how you best receive information and how you best process, and probably most importantly, how do you prefer to unpack the information that I'm going to be sending. So what you should have in your inboxes from 2 weeks ago, it's It's a scholarly piece called Does Board Leadership Matter? And then the second part of that is going to be watching a board meeting from another Council of Great City Schools district who's been doing governance. And I want to invite you to start seeing how other boards navigate and function within this framework. When you do get to that part, I'd love for you to schedule some time with me one-on-one, virtually or a phone call, and on that email you'll have my calendar accessibility. And let's connect. Let's see what's coming up for you. What are you noticing? What do you like? What do you not like? What do you envision being able to fit here at Phoenix Union? What do you envision not fitting in at Phoenix Union? And then I'll be able to share with you other board meetings of other districts around the country to see what their journey looks like to get to a point where, lack of better words, let me say, where they become focused and disciplined on what we would say matters the most based on the literature and based on the research. So, Board Member Pastor Rivera, were you able to look at the Does Leadership Matter scholarly piece? What did you take away from that?
Thank you, Dr. Ramos. So going back to your initial question, when you began, you said you wanted to know a lot about our, community outreach and whatnot. I had the distinct honor of doing so with my fellow educator across the room, Debbie Cross. And one of the things, and connecting it to the article that you had sent us, we had multiple parents, when they were looking at our guardrails and priorities, they said, that's great, the academic is great, but what about the student wellness as a whole? Can we add that as a safeguard? And now in the article, it mentioned about the different successes of school boards, right? Whether it be politically leanings, right? Liberal, conservative, moderates, the educators on the board, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess the question I have, and we can discuss this as we continue to go through our goals, is how can we uphold both the academic excellence component and the social, emotional development without diluting any type of priorities?
That is a super excellent question. And what you're going to notice in the Student Outcomes Focused Governance Framework, that again is rooted in research, it's that scholarly piece, along with like the 8 effective characteristics of school boards, there's a theme that arises that everything but academics becomes the priority. And so that's how we get in trouble. And what you're going to notice in that scholarly piece is that boards that focus on academics can also then create the guardrails, which is social emotional and all of those other topics. They become a priority in pursuit of academic achievement. The challenge is that if I, and this is the reason why we did the mindset work of what do I believe is true for children, and also understanding that you're receiving children from feeder districts. That's a whole nother conversation, right? But school boards who allow for student achievement to be put on the back burner, then that's likely going to be the thing that's actually going to happen. But school boards that make academic achievement the priority, that is a non-negotiable, you can then create the guardrails with the community to say, in pursuit of academic achievement, we will not lose this or that. So if your community is telling you, in pursuit of academic achievement, which unfortunately they usually assume that that's what you're doing anyway, and in your report, in your email, when you track that down, you're going to see that I have a coaching memo for you. You will also see a line, a graph of how much time you've actually spent monitoring student achievement in since January. I say that is your lifeline and your pulse of your boardroom of what you're showing that actually matters. So you'll notice that there's high rises and then there's some dips, and that is not on the administration. That is 100% on the board. So your community is looking for your leadership. Your community is the true owners of your school system, and you are the elected representatives of the owners of the school system. So when they tell you that, you want to capture that, You want to prioritize it. You want to capture your themes. This is the reason why your community listening sessions, and Superintendent Andrade, I love what you said at the last board meeting, that you all are looking for quality of listening sessions. You don't want to rush this. You want to get true feedback, because once you do that, I was able to share with Board Member Meyer a listening session report from another district in the council over on the East Coast. You want to make sure with fidelity that you've captured their voice, and you also want to educate your community. Yes, those things matter, absolutely, and we will make that part of our guardrails in the pursuit of academic achievement. Because at the end of the day, if I have a child in Phoenix Union, I more than likely want my child to be able to leave the school system and be prepared for what we would call the real world. Be that college, career, military readiness, whatever that is. And I think I've told you before, I acknowledge that not every young person is going to go to college, and they can still be college ready. And that's, I think, what I hope your communities wanted to hear. They want their child to be safe. They want their child to be emotionally protected and available. And more importantly, what I think they assume is that we're educating their children. And if that's not what the case is, then that's probably where we should zero our attention on.
Go ahead.
So thank you for explaining that a little further, Cinto. But I still have confusion around this, like as you described it. And I know we talked about it before, because now that when I talked to you previously, I didn't have experience yet doing community sessions, but now this week I've done 2 community sessions, and I think I'm trying to understand like what other examples of goals there are for progress monitoring. And I asked that because like I think I agree with Member Pastor, like the kind of the confusion that was existing it's confusion on the side of SOFG, but more so like the community's understanding was like, yes, we agree with these academic goals, like in the sense of like, yeah, cool, you guys have academic goals. But what I was hearing also was like student wellness, student engagement, and then they were talking about like parent engagement. So I think my understanding was that we propose goals to the community, and the community says like, based on what we hear from them, they say if they agree with those goals or not. So that's like the understanding of the SOFG framework. So now it's a little confusing to come back and be like, oh, the community wants student wellness, the community wants teacher engagement, or like all these other like things that are seen as guardrails. And it's interesting to be on the other side of the community learning sessions, because like I've looked into SOFG to kind of think critically of like what are the pros and what are the cons, just because like I wasn't there for the vote. And I come to understand now on this side of the aisle of like a common critique of SOFG is that it doesn't get to that like social emotional learning, that kind of community engagement, in the sense of like students want academic, not just academic things, they want to be able to be in clubs and conferences and that. So it's like, it's interesting being on this side and hearing that critique and kind of like leaning towards like, just like there's that confusion, like, I don't know, like, is it really the framework? Like, what other goals, like if, I'm trying to get at like, the community wants student wellness, they want parent engagement, but then we're told here from you as a consultant, like, no, we should be looking just at academics.
No, not at all. And yeah, thank you for framing that, because this is the most common, and thank you for articulating it in that way. The biggest misconception around this framework is that we're only student outcomes focused, academic achievement. That's the reason why the guardrails exist. Let me be blunt, and I've said this on camera with you all before, and I'm so glad you put it that way. What you're hearing right now from the community, probably, most likely, we assume you're doing academics. But I'm coming to you to talk to you about social emotional, safety, all these other topics. What I'm submitting to you is this. Because they're assuming that academics is being done, and you just saw some data last board meeting, I would argue that academics is not being done. And what I would say to you as board members is, you're the owner, you're the representatives of the true owners. What you decide to focus on is what's likely gonna get done. What gets measured gets done, right? So again, when you look at that scholarly piece, it's gonna help you understand that if you as a board are not focusing on academic achievement, it's probably not being done. Not the way that it should be. And here's the reason why. Again, we're not blaming staff at all. This is why we do the mindset work. What you as a board decide to focus on is where you're gonna draw their attention to go take care of. If you go back and rewatch your videos from January till now, like I have, you're talking about everything but academics. Am I being real? Like, you think about how often you've not only looked at academics, but you've taken a deep dive, and this is what we're gonna do today. I'm gonna try to teach you today on how to really take a deep dive into academics. And the scholarly piece, no disrespect to the former educators, but did you read that piece? Do you remember what it said about that?
Yeah, if I may, let me pull up my notes from it. It said that educators on boards, if you can correct me if please do. Educators on board are less likely to understand or truly articulate the true data of the district. Am I mistaken in that? Right. So I have a question for you, actually, in the duality of my role, right, as being a teacher for one of our partner districts and serving on the board. And if my students are watching, please be good to the subs today. I guess my question is, for a board and in your experience partnering with districts all across the country, what does a successful board who sticks to their guardrails and priorities mean for teachers in the end?
Yeah, and I think the advantage is that you have districts that are feeding into your district who are great models now, so we don't have to imagine this anymore. I'll say them out loud. You could look at Creighton, Roosevelt, and Phoenix L. And you could look at their academics and the progress that they've made in the last 2 to 3 years. That is part of the evidence of what happens when a board narrows their focus. And so, Board Member Meyer, to your point again, right? It's the community cares about all these other things because they're assuming that academics is being taken care of. The role that you're gonna have, and that's what's in the research, is that you as board members have got an uphill battle to educate your community that academics do matter. And so what we do in SOFG is we unapologetically make academics the priority because that's been assumed that it's the priority. And until we see the data that gives us evidence that that's what's happening, what I can tell you behind the scenes is happening is when board members, you're 7 of you, right? If 7 of you have 3 different ideas of what your goals are, that's 21 different goals. That makes her job really impossible. She's spread out. And this is where the politics or the politricking that I usually say happens, that if a superintendent has to answer to the majority of the board and there's 20 different goals, she's not gonna reach those. Franklin Covey, Stephen Covey tell us that 3 to 5 is hard to get to. 1 to 3, likely to get done. What we're doing here in SOFG is saying, please make academics the priority. And in pursuit of that, everything that the community cares about, be mindful of it. So let me be real explicit, right? It's not to say we're gonna give up social, emotional, and all of those other topics. It's to say that those are the guardrails that the community wants you to protect. They don't wanna give that up. They're saying, please, in the pursuit of academic achievement, we want our kids to learn. If this is the most northern star that we want our children to be able to learn. I want my child to be able to leave the school system prepared for the real world. What they're describing to you are the guardrails of what they don't want to negotiate in pursuit of those goals. They don't speak this language because they're not governing board members. Let me put it one more way. Think about what you do or you did in your day-to-day life, home, work. Do you primarily manage or do you primarily govern? You said manage?
Dealing with 80 kids, yeah, I manage every day, manage.
Yeah, so if in my home I'm managing, if in my work I'm managing, And so what happens when I walk into a boardroom, I'm probably wanting to manage. The hardest thing for board members is to learn how to govern, because govern requires that you set priorities, you sit back, you monitor, you ask questions, you're looking for evidence that what the goals are that you set are being done. And the hardest part for board members typically is to not give advice because you want to manage. If I manage at home and I manage at work, when I come into a boardroom, I want to manage. I want to tell the superintendent, well, have you thought about this? And have you done that? I've watched your board meetings. A lot of you have, well, not a lot of you. I would say I've noticed in your boardroom, there's been a lot of management suggestions. It's a natural instinct because the board members in this room want to do good for children. What I'm submitting to you is that managing is not governing. Governing is you set priorities, you ask questions, and you navigate towards that progress. And if you're not getting the answers and you're not getting the progress that you would expect, you have hard decisions to make. And that's the purpose of progress monitoring, that you've set goals and you're monitoring in pursuit of that. The hard part is to not give her advice and tell her what to do. And I think what you're discovering with community engagement and outreach is that this is hard. Community engagement and outreach is hard. And when I hear board members say around the country, well, the community's telling me, great, so let's get those community members into a two-way communication. And if we can't get community members into a two-way communication, that's a little bit of evidence that maybe the community that board members are referencing are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that you have in your circle, but that does not represent the entire district. And so this process allows you to get calibrated towards those corners of your community that maybe you haven't historically heard from, but you want to get their perspective. And one more thing, Superintendent Andrade, I heard you say this at the board meeting, you want to get young people's perspective. You know what I love about your board meetings? You have a great turnout, and you got a lot of people talking to you here, but here's the challenge. You can't talk back to them by law. That's the purpose of two-way communication. Go find a way to get their perspective, put that in writing, and then bring that report to the whole board so that you are rooted in what true community is versus just the people that are in your circle.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Cinto. I do have 3 comments to make, 2 questions. Oh, 1 comment, 2 questions to make. So my first comment, just like to acknowledge, I know that you said like in our board meetings, academics is not being done, and I feel in some way that language is harmful
Sure.
because like we're overseeing so many students, and we try to like, we try to really give acknowledgement to students that are excelling. And I don't know, I think like as an alum of the district, I felt that was like a harmful statement, even though you didn't intend for that. So I just wanted to recognize that, because I feel like in a way it unintentionally dismisses like the work that the district is doing. Now that I'm this side of the aisle, like I see how much work is poured in, like more than 40 hours a week. So I just wanted to acknowledge that as like as an alum of the district who's benefited from our programs and like who's got like that international baccalaureate degree, like yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that. Even though I know it wasn't the intent, I felt harmed by that statement. And I also wanted to say, I had 2 questions. So my first question is, since I'm still having a hard time grappling like, what do goals look like? And I'm realizing there's a little bit of a disconnect for the community because like parents aren't in the day-to-day of school. So if we present these academics to them, they're like, yeah, cool, that's great. So then can you provide examples in other districts that you've seen? Like what type of goals are they monitoring? Because we're doing the ACT, math, and reading, and then we're doing and then I wasn't here for the initial stages of the SOFG, so that's why I feel like I'm still catching up.
Yeah.
And then my second question is, how should we be gathering the data in a way that's succinct for all 7 members? Because now that I did a couple community sessions, I realized like, okay, I have experience like in sociology work, doing interviews and like note taking, like, okay, this counts as 1 point, this counts as another point. But like for members who don't have that sociology or analytical background, it's like, how do we make sure we're all tracking the same data so that we don't like unintentionally say, oh, the community's telling us this, when it was only like one person brought it up, but really like the conversation, yeah. And I
Yeah.
did notice in my community session, I didn't ask for a note taker that was like outside.
Yeah.
So I'm realizing those challenges, like, oh, I need to have a note taker
Yes.
who's not in the mix with like me and like President Napa trying to navigate, like, you take notes, like
Yeah.
that. So just to reframe, restate. Number one is, what are examples of other goals other schools are pursuing? And then like my question 2 is, how should we be gathering data to make sure we're all gathering it in a succinct way?
Yeah. So let me go one, 2, and 3. Let me go 1. Let me give you what you're gonna find in the coaching memo that's in your inbox. January, you spent 47% of your time, what we would say in SOG, prioritizing academic achievement. So the board in that moment spent 192 minutes setting goals, which is when I came into the picture. So 47%. February, this board spent 0% talking about student achievement. March, 0% talking about student outcomes. April, 43%. We had another workshop. So anything that's SOG, we're talking about setting goals, setting interims, right? All of those are what I call golden minutes, because it's when the board is showing to the community on record, right? We care about academic achievement. We care about the progress of your child. May, 0%. June, 22%. July. Did you have a meeting in July? No, that's why. That's right, you had a retreat. And then, sorry, I don't have internet here. Anytime that we've done a workshop or retreat, we elevate the conversation. And I'm going off of what's on video and your agendas, right? So it's the same conversation of, if I'm moving to Phoenix Union and I want to decide if I'm going to send my child to the school system or I'm going to pick an alternative school system. Again, Superintendent Andrade, you've made excellent comments at the board meetings where you're like, and so did President Napa, right? When we're talking about 25% and how do we get that higher? Remember that conversation October 2nd? Yeah? She's not wrong. She's not wrong, because who moves from 25% up? But if the board doesn't make it a priority, but makes everything else a possible priority, what the board talks about is gonna get done. And that's all I'm simply submitting, right? So thank you for elevating that perspective, and you're right, that is not my intent. My intent is to help you as board members grow and learn and be rooted in the research and what works. And that's what I love what your second question is about. So again, in your inbox is gonna be an example of another board who has shifted from everything else matters and we assumed that academics was being done to actually focusing on academics. What you'll notice from 3 of your feeder school systems is, and you can watch a board meeting from 2-3 years ago and see how they were all over the place. And when they narrow their focus to the goals, which is gonna be connected to your third question, that what a board focuses its time on, your time that you spend here at your board meeting is the most valuable thing that you have to show. And time is the one thing that we don't get back. So the time that you spend at your board meetings doing things, guess what happens? It's parallel processing. If you as a board focus more on the academic achievement, you're pressuring her and her team to do the same thing. But if you focus on all of these other, what are usually guardrail conversations, you're gonna force her to focus more in that arena. So all I'm simply submitting to you is that as a board, and what you're gonna see evidence of what the other boards are doing and what their goals are, the distinct difference between you and others is that a lot of other school systems are K through 12. You're not the same way. So what your academic team has been doing is saying, from the high school system, this is what our goals are gonna look like. So what other districts are doing is gonna look a little bit different because they have K through 8 to also be concerned with. So they're focused on those early years literacy, early years mathematics, middle years literacy, middle years mathematics. you are in a unique position where you're inheriting and you're receiving children from other school systems. And you have to pick up way late in the game than anybody else. And so that's going to be the part that you're going to notice when you notice these other board meetings, that what they prioritize is probably going to look different from yours. And then the third one is the data, which we're going to talk about today. Because my experience, I'll come to you in a minute, my experience with data, you may interpret the data a certain way. You want to probably work as a team to get calibrated to how you're seeing the data. And when you're asking really good questions about the data, what happens is it will trickle throughout the rest of your school system. If you talk about food, if that's what the priority of the board becomes, then there's a probability food will have to get better, and the rest of the school system is going to be talking about food. When you talk about the goals and the guardrails, be it the academic achievement, and you talk about all of these other guardrails, then guess what's going to happen? The rest of the school system is going to talk about the same thing. You're the leaders and you're the owner, you're the representative of the owners of the system. What you prioritize is likely going to get done.
Let's go with Superintendent Andrade,
Yes.
and then Board Member Cross, and then Meyer.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to Member Meyer's comments because I can understand where it feels like a push-pull. And I think when we look at the system of SOFG, it maybe help me out, Dr. Ramos, if with the inputs as well, because I think they play a role. So you've got the goals and then the interim goals. And you have the guardrails. And then we have the inputs or the plays that we call into the football game, I think. And then the outputs. Did they move us down the field? Did we get a first down? And so you mentioned like parent involvement or engagement. And we know that parent engagement and involvement actually is very closely linked to improving student achievement. So I don't think it's an either or, and I don't know that we'd have to necessarily have a goal around it. It becomes either an input or I don't know if it's a guardrail, but it definitely helps us move the ball. Another example I can think of is our 9th grade success model and our houses. We wrap around support for those 9th graders to make sure they're connected, to make sure they're feeling supported, the intervention. So that's a strong input that we put in. Social emotional support teams, the link crews, mentoring and being there, and keeping kids connected. So I think some of the things you're hearing from parents, even safety, right? Safety has to be a part of the system or we can't get to the learning. So ultimately, you're going to hear about things that need to be built so that high levels of learning can happen. I don't think that we ignore those things, right? We can't ignore safety. We can't ignore parent involvement. We know those things matter so much. But I'm wondering, are they inputs? Are they guardrails? They're a part of the system, but to what end? So that students can achieve at high levels. I think that's the ultimate goal of why we offer all these things.
Yeah, they're inputs, and then, again, I just feel like I gotta be blunt with y'all that school systems that focus on inputs without focusing on the outcomes are more than likely gonna fail children. And what I mean by that is everything that matters to everyone in the school system may not be geared towards what the main thing is the main thing. And your role and the opportunity you have as a board, not only to narrow your focus, also what you're experiencing in community engagement and outreach, you're gonna catch yourselves having to educate your community because your community is coming to you about inputs. And inputs are the responsibility of the superintendent, not the board per se. Your job is not to be mini superintendents. Your role is to set goals and govern. It's the management versus governing. The community wants to put you in a management position. They want you to fix things. They want you to do things that are outside of your role. So that's where the role confusion, the number one thing in the research, it's that there's role confusion. Board members that want to fix something as if you're a mini superintendent puts you in a bad position that's outside of your role. Does that make sense? And so board members, think about it, from nonprofit to for-profit, it's supposed to be to set the priorities and then monitor your way to those priorities. It's also not about getting rid of the superintendent in a year if she doesn't move the needle. Because what I would argue and submit to you, what we learned from the research in an SOFG, is that the first group that should hold themselves accountable is the board. If you don't meet those outcomes, the first thing that boards typically want to do is they want to blame the superintendent that we didn't get there. Our question would be, board, what was your focus? What behaviors did you model and demonstrate that you are making it the priority and that you are supporting the superintendent with the inputs? What did you do? So, put it this way. I've witnessed a lot of superintendents being let go for all the wrong reasons. That the board was so spread out, didn't prioritize things, but yet when the scores came in, now all of a sudden I want to hold the superintendent accountable. There's a flip side to that coin. There are boards in this country who are very disciplined and very focused on goals and guardrails, and the superintendent doesn't move the needle on goals and guardrails. That's a different conversation. So when the board is disciplined in modeling and holding the superintendent accountable to what they say matters, that's a radically different conversation. But the most common one is the first one. A board that lacks discipline, doesn't know their role, and wants to blame somebody, they're gonna blame the person that they're paying, because then they're gonna say, well, you're the one that I'm paying and you're the one that's supposed to get this done. What they usually don't say to you on the microphone and on camera, and I'm just generalizing for superintendents in the country, it's, board, you had me so spread out, chasing things and going into rabbit holes and all of these different things, your political agendas, your personal agendas, and now all of a sudden I'm caught in a position where you're letting me go, but they don't say it out loud because they can't. What we do in SOFG is saying, let's look at the research. What does the research say? That's typically what happens. So community wants you to focus on inputs.
Board Member Cross,
Yeah, go ahead.
can you please speak into the mic?
3 things. Number 1, August and September, how did we do? You didn't give us those percentages.
I'm on the other end now. You want those real quick?
Yes, please.
So August, 1%. September, 6%. October, from October 2nd, ding, 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 21%.
That's because we had a progress report.
There you go.
Duh. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, doesn't that have to do a little bit with our agenda that we get?
100%.
Thank you. And number 3, okay, we get the progress report at our board meeting. How do I monitor the progress in between the 2 meetings? Or in between each monthly meeting? Do I go to somebody and say, what's going on? Because they're gathering the information for the board meeting, but technically, I don't have the ability to figure that out on my own. Does that make sense?
100%. It's part of what we're going to cover today. The quick answer, and I know that I'm not being giving you quick answers today. The quick answer is, I will suggest to you to come and meet with Superintendent Andrade. Yeah, there you go. And let me ask you that, right? What, if you were to generalize, what are you typically meeting with her about in between meetings?
In between meetings, we have a standard meeting, bless her heart, because I'm still learning, and I always have questions about the agenda, and I read every single page of that agenda. And what questions I have, I go in and ask, and I'm getting better. We had a shorter meeting this time. And then she lets me know what's happening for the next meeting coming up, exactly what's going to be happening, so I'm prepared for that. So I don't remember asking anything about progress at that point. I knew that we were getting a progress report from Mr. Camp, at the last meeting, which I was looking forward to. But in between that point, I don't know, does she have that, do you have that information in between each monthly meeting? I guess that's where I'm questioning that. It's
Let me
because
help
I
you
do
out,
need-
if I may. My question would be to the board, are you asking that question? And it's okay if you're not. So again, I know that it might sound like I'm beating up on you today. Let me be clear, and I'm so glad, Board Member Meyer, you're like, I know that that's probably not your intent. You're probably picking up this anxiousness from my end of like, I'm wanting to meet with you all a little bit more often to help you and support you. And so one of the main takeaways I want to offer you today is let's set up a one-on-one so I can help and guide you, send you board meetings to watch from other districts around the country. Let's see what you're picking up. I want to accelerate your learning. I can't do that if we just do this quarterly, right? So that's the first part. The second part is you as a board member, what you prioritize is what I've been saying in the morning, right? What you prioritize is what she's going to prioritize. But if I'm a board member and I prioritize food, guess what the meeting's probably going to be about? Food. If I'm a board member and I prioritize 75% of my time, let's talk about this monitoring report, which, by the way, you got one coming here on the 20-something, right? You got one coming. So you got your first awesome progress monitoring report coming your way, what's going to be talking about data. And here's the thing. I don't want to assume that you know what questions to ask, even if you've been educators. Because to be an educator in a classroom is one thing. Can you take that and pull it out and zoom out and look at it at a systems level? That's the part that I'm here to help you support you. When you watch these other board meetings, you're going to see a progression that some board members don't necessarily. No, let me model. When I was a board member, I was horrible at asking questions because I didn't know what kind of questions I should ask. I'm going to support you today in being able to get that off the ground. The better questions you ask, the more you're going to prompt them to think and go back and meet as administrators to figure out and say, oh, Board Member Cross asked us a really great question, and maybe they don't have the answer that night. But guess what's going to happen? They're going to go back, and they're going to unpack it, and they're going to be like, we need to get that answer. Because Board Member Cross, Board Member Meyer, Pastor Rivera has asked a really good question on the microphone and on camera, and it's trickling throughout the rest of your school system. Is that helpful?
Board Member Meyer.
Okay. Oh, was that good? Okay. Hey, thank you. So I wanted to go back to my first two questions because I feel like you didn't answer them.
Okay.
Like, with all due respect, I feel like you kind of gave a fluffy answer, and I want direct examples. Like, I like the example that you gave of like I as a board member didn't know what questions to ask because I learned through examples, and I feel like this is very abstract. I know you've been in this world for like a long time, but like for number two, like when I ask, like my question is like, can you give me concrete examples of SOFG goals in other schools? Because like here, a concrete example is ACT scores for math, reading, and then the Azalea. So like, are you able to like tell me like school district A is focusing on like this different testing, or they're not focusing on testing, they're looking at this grade letter. Like I want concrete examples and in writing so I can refer back to them. And then, and just so because I don't know what work has been done before, like when this was voted on. So I don't know if the board previous to us, because we only have like 3 of the same board members, I don't know if they looked at concrete examples. And then number 3, how are schools coding the data? Like, I didn't get a clear answer from you saying like they're looking for these code keywords, they have a chart, they have some document. Like I want concrete answers because I feel like if we're not really keeping track of like the data we're collecting, then like how do we know the data we're collecting is the rightful one? Yeah. So if you can get those to me, like some examples.
So the first one, again, you'll have a school system in your inbox where that's a concrete example, and I'll be happy to share more of those. What matters is where do you and your community believe are the priorities here and what those need to be as far as your goals. What I will tell you is that year 1, it's a learning year of not only for you but also for the administration. most administrations have been accustomed to focusing on everything else and then just kind of every now and then giving you an update. So again, I'll go back to the difference between you and other school systems is gonna be that they have K through 8. So their examples are gonna be more elementary and middle school years. Most school systems usually have one goal around high school, which we would call college, career, military readiness. Because you are a high school system, you actually get to zoom in even more than the K through 8 scenario, right? So I will definitely give you more examples of what those look like. We've got some really good ones in Texas and what they're doing. What I will tell you is that your leadership team is not only zoomed in on that, but even more hyper-focused because you are a high school system. You're gonna learn that here. This next meeting you're gonna get a really good opportunity to figure out, are we focusing on the right things? Which I would tell you, you are. Your leadership team has spent tons of hours in time trying to figure out what it is that they need to bring to you as a board for them to prove to you that it's being done. And then the second part, the third question you're asking about the data, that's the part that you're about to learn here at the next board meeting. And that's your role, to be able to figure out, are we focused on the right inputs and outputs? And are we getting the dividends that we expect to be getting? Because monitoring, you're gonna get those answers. So the cadence of the data, and again, the example that's in your inbox, you're gonna have an example of a progress monitoring report from another district. Your district right now, you look at this is what they've done. They are trying to tell you this is the data and this is the cadence, the monitoring calendar, this is when we're gonna bring it to you. So you're already en route to be able to formalize all of that. And what I'm saying is, right, like everybody's different, every school system's different. I do think that you're gonna learn from watching other groups. You're also in a position where you could lead for high school systems, and you're gonna be able to lead for a lot of CCMR, right, the college, career, military readiness, because you all are gonna zoom in on that. I believe that you are primed in a position for the country, for other districts to learn how to be better at monitoring, not only setting goals, but also monitoring towards the progress towards high school kids.
Dr. Ramos. I think Board Member Meyer brought up some excellent points. I also think if you could do me this favor and if you can resend all the examples that you provided us 2 weeks ago, I think that was the timeline, because I think each of those articles and videos provide the examples that Board Member Meyer and Board Member Cross are asking for.
Yeah. And could I ask Jorge? I know Jorge has them. Thank you.
Could it be, like, what I'm envisioning, the document is like, it says, like, it's like a Word document. It says, like, School Board A said that they're focusing on percentage levels, because I'm looking at the document you sent. The percentage of second grade students identified, blah, 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 will increase from 18.3%. Like I'm envisioning, like, a document that has, like, School District A, these were their goals. School District B, these were their goals. Just because, like, I need those concrete examples, because, like, what I realized when going to our community is, like, oh, yeah, ACT, whatever, but this. Like, our community doesn't have the language to know, like, what other opportunities for goals are there? That's what I'm realizing, like, because they're not in the day-to-day. So that's why I'm asking for, like, concrete examples of other goals, because maybe we present them a list of goals and they're like, oh, actually, this one's better. I don't want to do ACT. I want us to focus on this skill, but I don't even know what else there is. And then number 3, like, do you have a document that shows, like, how you code the data? Like, I'm concerned about how we're making sure we're gathering all voices, and it doesn't seem like you really are offering any tool for us to use to be able to be like, okay, when you hear a community members say this, check mark this, or something like that. Like, I'm not getting a straightforward answer from you. On
that one, on community engagement and outreach, it's different for everyone. The example that I sent you from the East Coast, I am hesitant to give you A plus B equals C scenario for community engagement and outreach, because we have learned that every community is different. Even your 3 feeder districts here, they all took 3 different approaches to get their feedback. I am leaning on you as elected officials to be able to try to learn and engage how do you best get feedback from your community. If I give you a scripted version of that, I feel like I'm gonna cheat you of an opportunity of learning, because what's gonna happen is this is the beginning of you engaging your community, because then you're gonna wanna quarterly, at least quarterly probably, you wanna be able to quarterly update your community about what's happening in the boardroom. And this is a very common thing that's happening, that most boards struggle to be able to get feedback from their community. And so what's in the research as well is that you don't become a unified board if you don't do board work. You're doing board work right now, right? You're going out, you're learning the hard knocks of how do we get people in the room, or what I'm suggesting to you today is go to where people are already meeting and see if they'll give you 15, 30 minutes of their time. Because the first challenge that most boards have is getting people in the room. If it's not a hot topic, you're probably having a hard time with getting people in the room. This is part of your learning process as a board. Sorry.
So after our last board meeting, with the conversation with the 75-25% thing that went on, I went and Googled, as close as I can remember district-wise, what their passing rate was on the ACTs. Because I wanted to know what the districts were doing in our area. And it was interesting. I think 39% was the highest. So I was like, that's interesting. So then I started to question the ACT test itself. You know, is it viable? Right. So, I mean, if 39% are passing with the 19 or above, then there's something wrong with the test. But then that's a whole nother ballgame. But that's the big picture. So.
Yeah, that's why I want examples of other concrete examples of what other schools are looking at, because I don't think the ACT score is a good indicator, because I was a poor test taker and I went to like a great school and I graduated with honors. Like, it's not indicative of your abilities. But I still feel like I'm not satisfied with your answer for the coding the data. Like, I feel like it's wrong. Like, it kind of feels like SOFG or you are building the plane as it flies. Like, just kind of looking at other districts and being like, okay, well, it worked for that one. I just feel like, in a way, like the board is being cheated by not having opportunities to be like, okay, there's these examples, how can we reframe ours? Like, I don't have any teacher that's like, here you go, here's an assignment, figure it out. It's like, no, here are some examples. The good teachers have told me, here's an example of what this did, that did, this is how we do it. So that's how I personally feel, like when we're not having like an accurate representation of like, these are different ways to code the data, to make sure you're capturing every voice. You're building the ship as you sail it, like, so that's how I'm feeling. So I'm feeling like a little lost in this, and I can only imagine like what my other board members are thinking, the ones that are not here.
So, yeah, what I love to do is show you examples from other districts, and that's the cadence that I want to build with all of you. And that's what's in that first email. It's one district from the council that has turned that corner, has shifted the numbers. And I'll go back to, this is the reason why we did mindsets the very first time. And I'm sorry, board member, I don't know if you were there or not. The mindset is the most important piece of this framework. That what's in the second characteristic of effective school boards is the belief system. And if I don't believe, this is an I statement, right? If I don't believe that every child is capable or able to, then it's likely going to show up in whatever it is that I'm doing. And so the mindset, which I'll just ask you to self-reflect, each one of you in the room. The first question is, what choice or behavior have you made in the last 3 months that may have made it harder for Phoenix Union to achieve its vision? And so I'll give you an I statement. When I was on the board, my choice, my behavior is that I didn't prepare for every board meeting. I didn't read every page as board member Cross does. I didn't read every page of my board packet. I showed up completely unprepared. The second part to that question is, once I've identified a choice or behavior, what's the benefit to me in that moment when I choose to not read my packet in preparation for a board meeting. The benefit to me in that moment was I got to watch my TV show. I got to break bread with my wife, Anita. I got to enjoy time with my kids. I got to go take my dog for a walk. There's a lot of benefits for me in that moment. But here's the one that hurts. When I made that choice or behaved that way, what's the cost to students? Showing up unprepared to board meetings was a significant cost to students. I wasn't asking better questions. I wasn't pushing the superintendent and the leadership team to focus more on what I thought that I said would mattered. And the fourth piece is even harder. What was I pretending?
Okay, that makes sense.
All right. Well, let
Sorry.
me know if I can support you at all.
Board Member
Jeez.
Oliver?
No,
Board
I'm
Member Oliver?
Because I think he needs.
Board
to-
Member Oliver, we can hear you.
Yeah, I think we need to tell Doug, because he needs to do it every day, so he's not doing it in some way. Yeah.
Clerk Oliver, we can hear you.
Okay. The last part is, what was I pretending? I was pretending that I was a really good board member because I was getting all these inputs done. I got turf, I got mariachi situated, I got more parent engagement stuff going. And the part that hurt the most was that even though I got all those inputs from my community as a single member board member, single member district, none of that improved academic achievement. We still had 34% literacy, which meant that almost 7 out of 10 kids couldn't read. And that's all I'm arguing, right? It's the pretending that I had when I sat in a similar seat as yours. It felt good for me to say, we got all of these inputs and things, but could I look at the kids in my neighborhood and say, I did right by you because you can read and you're prepared? And I love the conversations you had, right? School to prison pipeline conversations. I was a juvenile probation officer. I lived that. I watched children incarcerated 10 to 17 years old who couldn't read, and I could literally see it in front of me. So my pretendings that came up for me was, I say I care about the overall well-being of the child, and I also understand that these school systems exist for one reason, and that's to improve student outcomes. That's what we covered in the training by doing the mindset. It's, do I believe that every child should have the absolute best opportunity and resources, and am I modeling that for them? So you all are bringing up excellent questions, and it still goes back to the mindset of, what do you believe? And not only you as individuals, but what do you as a collective board believe? Because most boards in the country have demonstrated, especially the ineffective ones, that those that don't believe that every child should have that access and not only access, but also have the capacity and the ability, it shows up in the boardroom. I'm submitting to you as SOFG board for now that I'm banking on you saying, we believe that every child's gonna have the ability to do it. And we're gonna make sure that resources are being pushed into the classroom in order for us to make that a reality. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my last comment, and then we'll move on for time's sake on like coding and that. And I can meet with you afterwards, because I know you keep referencing the email and I keep looking at it, and there's no examples of how they coded the data. It's just they do have examples of like their progress monitoring goals. So I'll just connect with you. I'm just concerned that we're like not collecting everyone's voices if we don't have a standard measurement. Like we have to have a standard measurement of that. That's just like the data perspective.
For clarity, do you mean like on community engagement and outreach, or do you mean like on progress monitoring?
For community engagement and outreach, because I want to make sure we as a board are like ensuring that we're gathering everyone's voices instead of me just taking notes like this person said this person said that. It's like, can we have a chart example, like how did other boards do it? And I can connect with you after that because I don't see that in the email. I've been staring at it since I didn't get a chance to look at it before today. But that's it. And then a curiosity was, I remembered you saying at a board meeting, I think I was at the one where you talked about mindset. That was like November, and I had just been elected. You said that because you're coding board member meetings, and I was wondering if we could see the background data, what that looks like. Like, what exact phrases are you looking for to be like, this is a phrase showing that they're looking at student outcomes? That's just from work curiosity as like someone interested in data.
I love it. And so I would love, Board Member Meyer, I would love for you and I to meet, to show I would love for you all to be the first ones to show you how to code your meetings. And to give you that answer, it's gonna be in your SOFG manual. How we code your meeting minutes is going to be on page, let me find it. Yeah, I have the Excel spreadsheet here on my laptop. It looks like this. And it is going to be on page, I should have had that, oh, it's not in this one, but it looks like this. No, it is in here, sorry. Yeah, it's page 22 of your SOFG manual. This is how we code meetings. And what I'm really looking forward to is also sharing with you the research of how we designed all of this so that you can connect the dots that we're not making any of this up, right? And let me be clear on this one too. We knew that by doing the student outcomes focused governance journey, that we were absolutely going to make adults uncomfortable. So if you notice you probably did notice when we did the self-evaluation, one of the markers, one of the boxes I'll show you which one it is. Watch this part. It's towards the beginning of the manual. It's on page 2. Sorry, yeah. It's on, you're gonna notice that the theme here is that, well, I'm sorry, I'm thinking about the one in Texas, but it's in here too, it's embedded, that it will require adult behavior change. SOFG is designed that it will require adult behavior change. That's the reason why the tagline is that student outcomes won't change until adult behaviors change. And that's embedded throughout this entire framework. So this is not easy work. This is definitely challenging and hard. It challenges the mindset, and it does push board members to question their adult behaviors. So I appreciate that. But yeah, it's looking forward to that and being able to show you. And I'm also always willing to learn from you as board members. What are you noticing? What gaps do we have? We take that back to the council, and I always welcome the pushback. So, anything else? Okay. Superintendent Andrade, any thoughts from your end before we jump in on?
Thank you, Member Pastor Rivera and Member Meyer. I wanted to just kind of acknowledge it can be frustrating. I think trying to gather quantitative data associated with community listening sessions. I've run so many focus groups in my time, not all around achievement, but even there, it takes a pretty steady note taker and a little bit of AI to help you. And really, at the end of the day, you're trying to lift up some common themes, but it's hard. It's hard to like check every word. It's context, right? And so you really almost have to go in listening and having your STEM questions ready to keep pushing in on, because people are going to talk about what it is they're ready to talk about, and you're there to listen. And then it's your job to make sure you're hearing them correctly and what they mean. So having some really good follow-up questions, but absolutely having a note taker that doesn't summarize for them, but just kind of puts it out there what they're telling you. But again, I wish there was a magic formula for that, but we've had to lift it up, even with student groups, into like overarching themes, and then even check back with the students. Did we capture it correctly? And they've been like, well, no, that's not really what we meant by this or that, and rephrasing it and getting their thoughts summarized correctly is probably the biggest challenge, because again, you're in a conversation, you're listening, and you're seeking to understand, and so you're not note-taking, right? You're just absorbing the information. So it's hard to measure, but it can be measured. But in bigger chunks, I don't think it's going to be an exact science. So.
Yeah, and Board Member Meyer, thank you for clarifying, because I was interpreting when you were saying data, like in terms of progress monitoring. And when you said community engagement and outreach, I was like, light bulb went off for me. So I was not capturing that, and I apologize for that.
Okay, that makes more sense because I was like, we're still missing the mark. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
You're
And I liked
welcome.
how you worded it, quantifying, like, I already forgot the words. But
It's
into-
more qualitative
yeah,
than
into
quantitative.
yeah, qualitative, like quantifying the qualitative data. So putting math to words in a way. I'm not even that big of a math person, but I just like want to see like how we're tracking things.
Yeah, and so you're the only one right now who's been previewed to the example from the East Coast that I sent you. And I will definitely send that to the rest of the board. And because you've been kind of spearheading the community engagement and outreach, like organizing and communicating with me, it's the reason I felt that I needed to send you that example. So I feel like that does demonstrate it is definitely qualitative. And then that's how you make it quantifiable, is you want to capture the themes of what comes up. And the questions, although I know that they may not seem like they're directly connected to the goals and the guardrails, it's because they're open-ended for you to be able to capture what they're coming to you with. And what I'm submitting to you is this idea, they are more than likely coming to you about inputs. They are more than likely coming to you about things about not academic achievement, which is the opportunity you're gonna have as a board to say, that's gonna matter, yes, absolutely. And community, we still want you to understand that we as a board value and understand that we want your child to be ready for the real world. And whatever that means, you get to be able to learn and grow in that journey with them.
Board Member Cross.
Yeah, because I went back to look at my notes. I mean, my face tells everything. I like the idea of having something that kind of check marks things or has a line next to it, throw it in there, that it's more directed as far as note taking. Also, I think that we would definitely have somebody else take notes. Oh. Huh? I'm sitting here saying, well, how do I address you? Board Member Rivera.
Yeah.
So how, you have a direct line? How do I get a hold of Cinto?
Well, I can send you his phone number.
That'll work.
I had to ask for it, yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay, Cinto, or I guess more, this is more directed to the board. One last comment. I'm wondering if there's a way, if we should discuss simplifying the board goals, not in the sense of, or the board goals and guardrails as like a quick synopsis for the crowd. Because I've been having more like intimate circles because like people who come in my sessions are like under 15 people. And my experience so far has been that President Napa would like read the board goal, and as I'm hearing it, I'm like, well, this is a lot of word jargon. And then we had to like rephrase like, well, this one means it's touching upon this topic and that topic. So I'm wondering if as a board, we can discuss like even having keywords right next to the board goal on like those topics that it touches on, so people can refer back to that, or some kind of quick synopsis on these like very heavily worded guardrails and goals. So what are your thoughts? What have been your experiences?
By all means.
We kind of shortened them. We read them and then we went back and did a small, short definition of what we were talking about, so that we could bring it to the level of the parents' level, and that, I don't like that word, but so that they could understand, so. But we didn't have a lot of people. We had more input from the teachers and more about input versus output from them.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. I think that's a good strategy.
I know oftentimes when you are dealing with parents, teachers not so much. They're pretty accustomed to the edge-of-speak that we engage in, but definitely parents, when you're looking at like the ACT goal, breaking it down, like for the 25-26 school year, so we're talking about this year, we're going to increase the percentage of, and then for graduating class, you just, juniors, demonstrating for passing the ACT. We're going to increase the juniors passing, so breaking it down for them in really simple terms. We're at 14, we're going to jump up 16. And they tend to still see the grade levels as freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, even though the count of those can be different if you're looking at a cohort. Proficiency is very much an educator word versus passing. Did I pass? So.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Andrade. That helps. Okay, I like your guys' perspective better. I think I'll do that for my community session. Just break it down, quick synopsis.
In our experience, Board Member Cross, in our experience, I think explaining the academic goals was far easier to talk to the parents than it was to the teachers. The teachers had a lot to say. Many of our colleagues were there as well with the teachers, and they definitely were.
Let me ask a clarifying question, because what I find is they understand the goal, they maybe just don't agree with it, or is it
Yeah.
more that they don't? Because the parents understand it, maybe need help breaking it down, understanding it. Our teachers,
They were more about input and
Yeah.
support.
Input and support,
Okay.
wrap around. Yep.
They like to go? Yeah. So, I know, and thank you, Board Member Meyer, this is a good way for us to segue into diving in. And what does this look like? Sorry, yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, before you move on, it was interesting in our first meeting, though, that the teachers did not understand the CCRS. They were very unclear on what that was. The teachers.
That's a good point, right? Parallel processing, that what you do as a board will trickle throughout the rest of the system. So that will likely not be the case as the more of this work that you do. And here's an example of what's coming your way. If you, I guess, I don't want to make the assumption, have you all already gotten this packet? You have, right? This one that's on the screen? So I'm excited for you because everything that I've been talking about, right? Like, it's not to beat you up. It's just to say that this is a journey that you've been on to get to the point that everything is going to come to fruition here at your next board meeting. What I would ask you to reflect on is, Board Member Cross, excellent point earlier on the agenda. I want to encourage you to reflect on what part of the agenda are you talking about student outcomes? Is it in the beginning or is it the end? Or is it in the middle? And wherever it is, what am I communicating to my community that the priority of the board is? Is it non-student outcome inputs? What is that, right? It's just opportunity for you to reflect. Here, Jorge, if you would go down a little bit more, here's the goal. So this is what you're going to be talking about. I'm not going to make the assumption that you know what kind of questions to ask. So I want to help you out. And I will also, I'm going to make a note of this, I'm going to send you example of when I was in your seat and how horrific I was when I would look at data like this. I didn't know any better. And so I didn't have that much grace with myself. But as I learned and as I grew in this, I also began to realize that when I asked really good questions, my superintendent would be like, dude, that pushed us and prompted us to have an extra meeting to go figure out how to get that answer to your question. Your feeder districts, there is video evidence where the superintendents tell the board members, after the safety has been created in the room, the superintendents tell the board members on camera, on a microphone, we don't have the answer to that question yet. But because you asked it, we're going to make sure we have that answer for you next month. That's the power that you have when you lean into your governing role. And that's the culture you create in your boardroom that will also trickle throughout the rest of your school system. So here we go. This is real time, right? What's going to come up for you at your next board meeting. Take a moment to look at that screen. You have your target and then you have your actual in the red. When you look at that, try to formulate one question of what you would ask the superintendent at the board meeting. I'll give you some time to look it over. Yeah, as you look at this first page of goal number 2, the ACT reading, what is the question that you would like to ask at the board meeting? And I'll encourage you to write it down. I won't ask the leadership to answer it today. I just want to start the conversation of what kind of question would you ask? And if there's any part of this document that you don't understand, let's have that conversation too. Because if you don't understand it, there's a probability that your community won't understand it either. That one I think we could ask staff, right? What does S stand for?
Spring.
Spring, so the goal to get to spring is that target, and we're gonna show you fall, winter, and then spring.
So S is spring. All right, staff, this is a good point for us to learn too, right? We want to.
I need to put a key on, I guess, man.
Oh, W is winter. Yes.
Okay, so I'm looking at goal, sorry, this is like hard. Okay, so I'm looking at where it says 2.1 ninth grade students. So my question would be like, oh, if we're trying to get them to 25% or more, where are they currently at? Like, I guess I would want to see that there, saying like, currently, we received the ninth graders at like 21%. Unless I'm not looking at this right.
The fall was done in the window between middle to late August.
Okay, so I would want that to be, okay, so that would be like their starting point.
As of August, September.
Okay, yeah, I think I would want that like on the key of like, this equals 20, so it says 20% and then to 25%. Okay,
Good.
In a perfect world, we want 100% of our ninth graders to score a 226 by May. We're 20%, we're on the 20-yard line. We still got 80 more yards to go. And so, again, the goal is 25. If we surpass that, then we know we set too low of a goal. That's why a lot of this year will be interesting to learn from as our teachers are hard at work. So right now, we're already in 2 months of school. There's 20% that are where ACT would like them to be in their ninth grade year. But I think we can do better than 20%. So.
Mr. Chair, or we don't have a chair right now. Mr. Ramos, Dr. Ramos, and then maybe staff. This slide is meant for us as a board and also for the community, and we're going to post this publicly on this district website. Is that accurate?
That would be ideal, yes.
Yes. So I think for this, anything we do that's public facing for staff, I think it's important to not use any acronyms at all. So RIT, NWEA, like I sort of know what those mean as a board member here for the last 5 years, but I don't think any of our community members do. And if they want to Google it, like we should just use the full words. And I think to board member Meyer's point, like, you know, getting a key, or even just like putting spring instead of having a key, just put spring, winter, fall equals whatever. And then I think in terms of slideology, I think seeing F, which actually means fall, but F in red makes my brain think of failure, which is actually maybe meant on purpose, because I think if we're only at 20% in the fall, you know, we got a long ways to go. And then I think my more specific question is like, you know, what do we do for these 11th graders that are at 17% in the fall, and like, what is the serious acute intervention that we take for these students that are about to leave us most quickly? And I guess that's a question you don't have to answer right away, but maybe at the next board meeting, I'd like to know that.
Thank you for modeling. Let me say, Superintendent, I definitely don't want y'all to answer any questions, because what you've just modeled and demonstrated without us having to read through all of the research and stuff, that I'm going to encourage you as board members to submit 1 or 2 questions at least 3 days before your board meeting. What you've just modeled and demonstrated is that if you give them time to go and take a deep dive into the questions you're likely going to ask at the board meeting, they're going to come to you with factual information. Versus if you ask them, there's an assumption that's usually made. An I statement. I used to assume that any question I asked from the dais, the superintendent was going to be able to have the answers, what the young people say, off the dome. That is not a correct assumption, and nor is that fair to her and her team. So what I just love that you just modeled is there's power in you asking 1 or 2 questions ahead of time to give them time to give you factual information. And what you're going to notice in the board meetings that I'm going to send you, boards that are really effective submit questions ahead. They come with factual information, and there's no pretending. It's just remove the pretending from the boardroom. Let's be effective. Let me ask you some good questions. Bring me some solid answers. And there might be times that she's going to come and say, we don't have that answer yet, but I'm going to tell you this, we're going to go figure it out. So what you just did, powerful. Yes, ma'am.
From my understanding, like the college career readiness one, we really can't get any data on that till the end of the year, if I'm not mistaken. Correct?
So,
I don't know.
yeah, I would say the interim markers, though, there are some that can tell us that we're headed in that direction. So the absolute score it comes at the end of their senior year. And it's this cumulative effort of everything that they've done in high school from their 9th grade year through their 12th grade year. Correct. So yes and no. We know for some of them that they've taken an AP class in their junior year. And so they're already on the board. We can calculate a cohort's AP participation. We can calculate dual enrollment, again, juniors that have taken it and now they're in their senior year. But I can also kind of take a look at how many are sitting in that cohort in their senior year in a dual enrollment class. So that could be a predictor of, now I don't know that they're going to get a C or higher, right? But I'd like to think they're going to. But I can at least use that as a ballpark of that. FAFSA, we start to track that in when it opens. And each month, all the way through to June, we have percentages of that senior class. So probably not with the ACT until those scores come back. But some of the other ones, those things can be, we can kind of all systems point to this. We can do some pretty accurate predictions.
And the reason I'm asking, and my memory's not that good these days, but I know we went over the reading and the math and the Azella. I do not remember if we had any results or any interim information on the
No, we still need to bring that to you, the CCRI interim goals, correct, Mr. Yep. And I do want to go back to the ACT question just for a minute, though, because, so just to, as a reminder, we did let you know at the launch of schools in August, we talked about all the different areas of inputs that we're loading up so that our kids can achieve at high levels. And one of the specifics around in the achievement area was not only our commitment to freshman success, but we talked about our curricular tier 1 changes, and we talked about NWEA slide, and then we had a specific slide around the ACT preparatory activities for not just our juniors, to Member Marquez's point, but for sophomores and juniors, the workshops that will be launched in preparation. So you don't want to wait, just right before the test. You start that. So that's something that we can start to collect schedules on and talk about who's attending and at what campuses and what that looks like and what those results look like. Thank you. I guess it's ongoing, right? It's not just a one conversation.
You want to look at another one that's coming up? Jorge, we'll go to the next one. And again, right, all I'm simply wanting you to do is formulate a question for the superintendent. Yes.
I just wanted to lift up your strategy of sending questions ahead of time, because I think I first heard you say that at a board retreat, and because I'm a new board member and I don't have that same experience on the dais or in my career, I didn't realize I could be sending these questions ahead of time until you explicitly said it. So then I've been trying to make that a goal of mine. I've been emailing legal and then superintendent, here are the questions. But it's just hard, but I've been trying to get them in by Wednesday, even if they get answered to me Thursday. So I think I like that strategy a lot because it kind of quells my anxiety of I don't know if I can vote on this if I don't have this answered. It's I could just get the answer ahead of time. But it is interesting how board members, we have to be intentional about we have to set aside time to look over this 300 to $800 page packet of the weekend and then have those. It's a trickle effect. You got to get that schedule in. So yeah, but I really like your strategy because I found it helpful, and I feel I asked less questions that I could have gotten ahead of time, and then with reading the packet, I'm not just restating stuff that's in there. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And that again comes from research, right? Think about your consent agenda. And you'll see it in the self-evaluation here when we're going to do our second one today. One, on the furthest side of the right column where you're mastering student outcomes, you don't have to answer it, but we do promote that you get your materials, all supporting materials for your board agenda, 7 to 10 days before your board meeting. That way you then have time to read your packet and submit questions. Think about consent agenda. An effective board is able to get all their questions answered about consent agenda before the board meeting. Let me be real with you, right? Because today's a real day for me. A board member, if you're a board member who's catching yourself pulling consent agenda items at the board meeting, what might that signal to the community? Bomb thrower, and there's a bunch of other ones.
Number one, didn't read it.
There you go. That's usually the first signal.
Yeah.
I didn't read my packet, and I just saw something that triggered something in me, so I'm going to pull it today. That is usually the most common interpretation. XYZ board member did not read their packet and did not visit with the superintendent ahead of time to get their questions answered. And I'm going to do it, and this is where the mindset comes back in. If I'm catching myself doing that, which again, I was very guilty of doing that back in the day, when I became present to my behavior of when and why I was doing that, most of the time I was pretending that I'm a good board member. And I'm going to pretend my way through this scenario, not knowing that I am sending a signal to the community. I didn't read my packet. I didn't talk to the superintendent. I didn't get my questions answered. And so now it's if you go to page 17 of your manual, I want to really zero in on this one because this is the reason why we're doing this piece today. I'll invite you to go to page 17 and go all the way down to the second bullet point. And if someone would please read that second bullet point at the bottom of page 17. It's tips for effective monitoring. Board Member Cross?
No gotcha governance.
Come on now.
Is that the one you're asking?
That's
Mark?
the one.
Adopt a monitoring calendar that describes what goals will be monitored during which month. The ideal monitoring calendar will span the full term of the goal. If they are 5-year goals, the calendar should cover 5 years.
The no gotcha governance is the part of, and this is not for throwing shade at anyone, this is just for self-reflection. If I, as a board member, am practicing gotcha governance, that is destructive behavior. It's a cancer. And so what I would submit to you is this idea that tips for effective monitoring, you notice the first bullet point, it says do your homework, which you're doing. The second one is you want to understand reality. So when you're looking at these reports, just like you just did, you just modeled, you gave feedback to the staff. No acronyms. Let me give you one more suggestion on what y'all just modeled for. These, you want these to be at a 6th grade level. If a 6th grader can understand what they're looking at, then the community in general might understand what they're looking at. So that's the understand the reality. Third one, keep the conversation going. Just because you may see some data points that maybe you don't like or don't feel good to you, you still want to keep the conversation going. Fourth one, no gotcha governance. Oh, and this is this is hard. Look at this one. The last one, don't offer advice. Why do you think that's in there for board members? Why do you think? There you go, because we're policy, not procedure. Yes, ma'am. Your governance, not management. And again, right, those are the two parts that are really challenging because you ran and you got on this role because you want to make change happen. And it's hard to shift from management mindset to governance mindset. What questions, thoughts, wonders?
Board Member Oliver, did you want to say something?
No, somebody beat me to it. I was trying to answer your question and participate.
Thank you. Board Member Meyer.
Thank you. I wanted to also lift up some advice you gave in one board retreat. I just don't know because everyone entered at different times. So I don't remember who was here for what. But one thing I liked is that you gave the suggestion of if you're going to pull things from the consent agenda, like give a heads up to the superintendent or the lawyer by 2 p.m. I don't remember if it was 2 p.m. the day of or 2 p.m. Wednesday. But I try to tell like superintendent 3 days. That's hard. Yeah, but I at least try to give them a heads up of like, hey, can you answer these questions so I don't have to pull anything. So I really like that strategy because then it like shows that you're talking to, like at least in the back end, like it doesn't matter what like the public really sees, but like at least in the back end, you're doing your due diligence and having those conversations ahead of time. So I like even giving the heads up so that the staff can be like, okay, and not just caught off guard. But that's something that I only learned because you explicitly said that.
Me? My question to that is, maybe give a heads up to the whole board that you're going to pull it, so that we. No, oh, you can't do that.
That becomes an open meeting violation. Sorry.
By the way, kudos to you all going through your policies at a workshop. That was good job, board. Sorry. Go ahead.
Again, Board Member Rivera, members, I just want to say that I appreciate the seeking to understand on the consent because it is your vote, and I respect that. And so if I can get any answers to you ahead of time so that you feel more comfortable with that vote, I'm happy to do that. At the end of the day, there are some that just oppose whatever it is that's in that particular item. And in that case, I prefer that they pull it, actually, because then they can approve the rest of consent, and we can keep people paid, and we can keep the system moving, and then we can maybe have a bigger discussion around that. Typically, it will still pass if it's just one or two. But again, I think there's a difference between seeking to understand and those that are just absolutely opposed no matter what, and then those that are gotcha and didn't do their homework.
And what's to come, let me put some more pieces of what the community engagement and outreach. The more of that you're gonna do, the more you're gonna be able to educate your community about what an effective governing team's supposed to look like. The challenge you have right now is you're in the beginning phases of community engagement and outreach, and the reason I don't wanna give you like a one-size-fits-all kind of a scenario, what you're gonna do is you're gonna learn as a board, how does your community respond to the information you're giving them? Ask an everyday person in your community, what does an effective board meeting look like? There's a strong probability that they're probably gonna think that someone who is causing chaos and asking all kinds of questions out of left field and doing gotcha governance, that might be interpreted as, oh, that's a good board member. When the reality is that an effective board has established priorities, monitors their way to it, works collaboratively with the superintendent. And this isn't supposed to be eating my popcorn and watching watching a show, a reality TV show. That is not effective governance. Effective governance is, do I have a meeting that's about 2 hours long at the most, outside of executive session? We get business done. We're moving the needle for children. And we all get to go home and go do what we want to get done. That's what an effective board meeting typically can look like. And that means that we have policies and we have things that we adhere to, Robert's rules, whatever that is. Having a 4, 5, 6 hour board meeting does not equate to an effective board meeting. And I would argue, right, is how much energy do you really have? Are you catching yourself yawning at 4 or 5 hours later? Are you catching yourself looking at your watch or trying to say, when are we going to be done? Those are signs that those are not effective board meetings. Narrowing your focus and doing this, being organized, being structured, asking her questions, working collaboratively, not gotcha governance, probably more of the effective kind.
I would just say in their defense, oftentimes the call to the public, because we have such a large community and public voice matters, that can kind of shave off a good hour.
Yeah.
Sometimes too, depending on the topic out there. But even on a really healthy night, you're still looking at a 40. So I don't know if if that's the same in Creighton or in Roosevelt. And so proportionately, are you looking at our meeting start time after a call to the public or before? So.
Thank you for raising that perspective. Yes, thank you. Outside of executive session, and you can't control the call to the public, and nor should you, right? You should definitely encourage the public voice. And thank you for that clarification. It's more of, what are you doing presentations on? How long is your consent agenda taking? Which again, when I show you how to code, you're gonna see all those minutes. And how long is it taking you to vote on items? Which means, do you have more on consent or do you have more on action items? And you'll see in here, right, we encourage you to put more on consent, because if you do your homework and you get your questions answered, you're not pretending, you're getting business done. Your action items are what's required by law and or what's a hot topic that you want to debate. The more that you put on action items, the more you're allowing for whirlwinds to take place in your boardroom and the distractions that are likely to come. So yes, it's like your recognitions, you got some awesome stuff. You can control that, right? And I wouldn't say that, I'm just saying consent, action, presentations, those are the 3 main areas. If you catch yourself, which you will, as you code your meetings, you're gonna become hypersensitive to what you actually spend your time on. And you're gonna be learning by watching other board meetings, how they have gone from like 4 or 5 hour meetings outside of call to the public and outside of executive session.
Did you
Mr. Chair.
include policy on that as well?
Oh, I cannot wait to talk about
Yes.
policy down the road with y'all.
I actually have a question about that as
Yes.
well. Speaking of distractions, so should we be doing roll call on items when they're just randomly pulled and then we just get a roll call type vote?
It's not for me to answer, it's for me to ask you, right? I did when you did your policy review. that's a question for you to answer as a board. And what I will submit to you is, there are other districts that are feeding into your district that have been doing policy diets. We just did one with Creighton on Monday night. We are tightening up policies that are more conducive to student outcomes and guardrails, more conducive to running effective meetings and effective school systems. I will tell you that it's all on camera and on record, right? That there are statutes that you have here in Arizona that actually encourage you and allow you to be in micromanagement / operations, which is kind of unique. So outside of, I know I'm talking to you right here. There are statutes that, like, for example, you'll see there's a statute that allows board members to open bank accounts on behalf of the district. There might be good reasons for it. What I would say is that most board members who haven't read the statutes and haven't read the policies, should they want to go and do something like that, they are backed by policy to do it. So if you as a board find yourself that there are policies that are working against you on being an effective board, one, you're gonna have to be mindful of what statute does and does not allow you to do. And then two, if it doesn't require you to do something, then you might want to have that conversation and address it as a board.
Okay, something to revisit. Thank you. Board Member Marquez?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Ramos, to the superintendent's point about call to the public being very long often, and not always related to specific agenda items that we're voting on. Previously, we've explored, looking at, changing that policy. I think some of the county supervisors, they do call to the public for each agenda item. So if it's an agenda item, you can come up and give your public comment limited to that agenda item. And then at the end of the meeting, there's a general call to the public. And that way, if people really want to give call to the public, they got to stick around for the whole meeting. And I think that might be something for us to revisit. And I guess my specific question for you, Dr. Ramos, is, are there other school districts around the country that have a best practice in terms of, utilizing call to the public in the most efficient way possible?
Yes, there are plenty of examples. In my home state of Texas, our laws have even distinguished between doing call to the public that's on agenda items and doing exactly what you just described, and giving permission to boards to do call to the public on non-agenda items at the end of the board meeting. And there's examples around the country that do that as well.
Mr. Chair,
Of course.
fellow board members, I would endorse moving in that direction.
Ooh,
Board Member Meyer?
I have a question logistically, because I don't have that type of experience like you do. So if we were to do like a call to the public immediately after an agenda item, then would board members respond to that? When would the responding happen? I also stepped away briefly.
No, Mr. Chair, Board Member Meyer, and feel free to jump in, staff. I think the idea would be you do the call to the public before the agenda item, and that way, before we have the discussion as board members, we have input from community members on that specific agenda item.
Superintendent?
That's correct, and it keeps the focus. So before you're going to vote, you're going to hear from all your, at least outspoken community members about how they feel about that particular item. I think the unintended consequence, because I've seen it at the Department of Education board meetings, and it works really well. Most everybody, looks around, and you're here for 4A, I'm here for 4A, and they kind of, you all sort of know. However, there are people that will, just the flip side of it, right? They will put their name in for every single comment. So instead of 2 minutes of, person A, you're going to have 10 minutes of person A. And that's okay too. So some people might just put in, and we might actually inadvertently lengthen our call to the public by our frequent flyer, kind of like people that come up and are highly engaged. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Superintendent Andrade, one of the ways that is handled at the legislature, at least, is the chair has the, I think we've heard from our attorney, Ms. Adams, that call to the public is, something we're allowed to do, but we're not required to do by state law. And I think we should do it. But at the legislature, the chair will often say, we're going to hear 3 on each side if somebody opposes this agenda item or supports this agenda item. And I think that's something we could look at to make sure that we're not having 100 people speak on each agenda item.
I got you. I guess my question is, because I've also seen this, I guess this is a legal question as well. For instance, at a city council meeting that I attended, what Call to the Public with the audience has done is they delegated one person to speak, and then they started transferring their time, right? Where they would be like, oh, I'm giving my 2 minutes to say superintendent, and then the next person, I'm giving my minutes to the superintendent. So then, is that allowed as well?
It's not currently allowed under your existing policies. But it is something that I have seen done at other board meetings as well, whether it be a commission meeting or another board meeting. The other one thing that you are allowed to do in your policies is to tell folks, if you're all here to talk about one item and you're all on the same side, we would ask that you pick a couple people to come up and speak and give us your points so that we don't have to be duplicative in our efforts.
That makes sense. Thank you. Board Member Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Board Member Pastor Rivera. My question along the lines of, maybe this is more of a legal question. So let's say we do change our policies, and it's like, if you're here for line item 7A, then your call to the public has to pertain to that. If the person starts talking and rambling about something else, can the board chair say, sorry, we're here only for 7A? Like, do you have those comments?
Yes, that you would be considering that person out of order at that point. The other way that it can be done is instead of each individual agenda item, you can actually just put in your policy that speakers have to address something that's on the agenda instead of having it open the way you have it now. That's another option to do. So you still have public comment all at once, but they have to specifically say what item they're speaking about prior to speaking.
Board Member Cross.
Okay, so I'm not sure I like that idea, only because I feel that sometimes we learn about things just because people bring it up. I do like the speaking on the agenda item before so that we have something to discuss about. I also like the open call at the end. Yep. That would shorten it most likely. They won't stay the whole time. I do like, and that open end is the ones that would happen that are not on the agenda, and I like keeping that in there.
Mr. Chair, Board Member Cross, I think I agree with you. I think having the open call to the public at the end makes sense. I do think, and maybe we do every agenda item, or maybe we just do action items. Say, if you want to speak on an action item, because we're not voting on the things that are just presentations. I think the one caveat I would have is a general call to the public at the beginning for students only, so they can get home and go to bed and do their homeworks.
Board Member Meyer.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Pastor Rivera. Yeah, I was trying to think about how can we prioritize student voices. I know, because it's like I don't know, going to call the public is really scary as a student, I think in general. So I do want to encourage like a student-specific one. And I was wondering, I remember in our policies, we discussed how the clerk can be given additional responsibilities. So sorry, Signa, Clerk Oliver.
Oh, no, baby, you ain't giving me no more responsibility. Sit yourself down. I do get 2 separate cards. I get student cards and I get general call to the public. So I can delineate the two. And I do the student cards first.
Yeah, so I was thinking, so I was thinking the clerk, since the president has like the heavy load of the board meeting, maybe it could be the clerk's responsibility to be the one that calls out of order for people who don't speak to the agenda item, just to do like a heavy lift off the superintendent.
I mean, that's fine. We usually work together, but I usually defer to her because she is the president, but that's fine.
And that would require multiple policies to be changed as well, because you're taking responsibilities away from the president, who you currently have listed as the person who presides over the meeting. And so that's usually their function.
Board Member Cross, and I just want to redirect the meeting back into the student agenda
Right, my
focus.
question is, how do we determine that they really are students? And are we requiring them to be students within the district?
We can check that within Synergy. Most of them can give us their name. They even know their student number. If not, everything's online, so we can check.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to invite you to go to page 17. I think you were already there. And I want to connect the dots as to why I wanted you to look at your upcoming progress monitoring report, which again, let me reiterate, your staff is working really hard at this, and so when you lean into this at the board meeting, typically it's really validating for your administrative team and your entire school system, and then two, you're sending a very clear message to your community, like, we care about this stuff. So I wanna really ground us in why all this is important. I wanna invite someone to read that first paragraph under when it says, what is progress monitoring? Who will read that for us? Yes.
Progress monitoring is a conversation between the school board and the superintendent that provides boards the opportunity to evaluate the alignment between the community's vision, goals towards student outcomes, and the school district's reality, current student performance/growth. While student outcome goals and current student performance may not match perfectly, it only becomes problematic when there is no evidence of student growth and progress. And even if students aren't yet growing and making progress, that's only catastrophic if the superintendent doesn't have sufficiently aggressive strategies in place for increasing growth and helping students make progress. These are the fundamental concerns of monitoring. 1, does reality match the vision? 2, is there growth toward the vision? And 3, is there a strategy and plan sufficient to cause growth toward the vision? You want to read the bullet points as well? If the answer to all 3 is yes, then the board can accept the monitoring report confident that the superintendent is performing. If the answer to only 1 or 2 of these questions is yes, the board may opt to table the matter. If the answer to all 3 is no, the board may opt to reject the report and reflect on how to respond to the superintendent's non-performance.
This is gonna be key, board, that I'm gonna recommend you always put an action item at the end of progress monitoring report of accepting or not accepting the progress monitoring report. Why might this be important for you as board members?
Board Member Gross.
Well, basically, we've announced that we've accepted this progress report and it's acceptable at this point, or we make a comment in the fact that it's not acceptable. I mean, we're literally saying this is good or bad. Is that right?
It keeps us accountable.
It allows you as board members to walk locked arms with the superintendent. This last meeting you had, you all talked about how you just got done through your first quarter. You're about to get this data at your next board meeting. You remember the analogy of the football team or the football game? You want to monitor quarterly. You don't want to wait to the end of the year to see if you won the game or lost the game. You, in essence, are at the end of your first quarter. When you see this data, it's a chance for you as a board member and as a collective team to say, are we on track to move in the direction that we need to move in for the sake of children and for the future of our community? You have the option, and I would encourage you in your first year, I'm going to say this out loud, don't reject any progress monitoring report unless it's aggressively, unless you're noticing that the staff is not doing anything for kids. Your first year is a learning year, which is what your leadership team is doing because they're learning this framework. You're learning as board members. You may end up in a position where like, hey, after watching this monitoring report and not hearing aggressive enough strategies, maybe we want to table it because we want to ask the superintendent to come with better responses at the next board meeting. This is why that you doing your homework and asking her questions ahead of time is going to be really key. You don't want to catch her off guard. Yes, ma'am.
So would that be done through a motion?
Yes.
Board Member Pastor. So just to rephrase, you're encouraging that within the first year of our current SOFG goal process, that we as a board do not reject the monitoring progress, but instead someone would motion to table this until another date so that we can get like more accurate results, like with like the staff adjusting to those monitoring processes?
Mm-hmm. Yes, because you as a board are going to learn how to ask questions, and you're also going to start gauging when you're getting what you would interpret as the right strategy to address the gaps that's happening in and I'll send you an example of a board that has not rejected. I'll send you an example of a board that has tabled the progress monitoring report. What you're hopefully going to notice is that they are at a very high level of progress monitoring. They've gone through 1 or 2 years of this where they didn't move the needle. They didn't blame the superintendent entirely. They themselves held themselves accountable. They said, my goodness, I dropped the ball as a board member. I didn't ask better questions. I didn't push the superintendent to give me better responses. And so this becomes a really delicate conversation between you as a board and the superintendent. What I'm submitting to you is that if you get to a position where the needle is going backwards for kids, that's when you're going to catch yourselves rejecting a monitoring report because you're not going to be convinced that the strategy that the superintendent and the team is putting in place isn't going to move the needle for kids.
I'm
Board Member Cross.
a little confused. So we hear the progress report. If to me, I'm looking at the fact that we've made some progress and we're moving along, then I'm saying that I would make a motion to accept this progress report. But if it's going backwards, I would most likely table something like that.
If it's going backwards and the strategy that the superintendent is presenting is not convincing you that it's going to improve things, that's when you have the other two options in front of you. Yep. This is, it's what that first paragraph says. This is a conversation. It's a dialogue between you and the superintendent, which is why it's important, right, that each board member reads their packets, understands what you're reading, and if you don't understand it, I highly encourage you to go and sit down with the superintendent and say, help me understand, explain this to me, right? And again, we'll go back to what the research says. The relationship between board member and a superintendent doesn't happen artificially. We argue that when you do this kind of work, you will build a relationship with her because you're gonna get a really good understanding of what's really happening, what her strategies are, and you want her to convince you. I've said this before and I'll say it very clearly. She has the toughest job. She and her team have to go find the answers. You just have to ask the right questions, the better questions. You don't have to have the answers. You're not the superintendent. You're not the head coach of the school system. You're the representatives of the owners. You want to ask her what those questions are, and you want to be convinced that, because what happens is, if you've accepted monitoring reports all year long, when you're really at that you're about to get there, you're going to get really good at progress monitoring. If you go all year long and you accept progress monitoring reports, but you fail children at the end of the year, and there's not an improvement there, the pretending is that board members want to blame the superintendent. What I'm arguing to you and submitting to you is, if you've accepted these monitoring reports all year long, you've locked arms with her on this. If you haven't asked her tough questions and pushed for better responses and pushed for better strategies, you are locked arm with her for that whole school year. This gives you ability as board members to say, I'm in agreement, I'm not in agreement, and or we need to see something better right now.
So what if I like a portion of the progress report and another portion I don't like? So then I can't accept the progress report as a whole. Can I accept a portion of it?
Sure, and it's that second bullet point. If the answer to only one or two of these questions is yes, the board may opt to table the matter, which it says, C, keep the conversation going above. There is some middle ground in there. It's rare that a board will reject, and when a board gets to rejecting, that's a telltale sign. If there's more than 2 meetings of rejecting, that's a telltale sign to the superintendent, your time might be coming to an end. And it's not based on, I like you, I don't like you. It's based on, are we moving the needle for children or not? And it's rare for that to happen because superintendents, they can get the message after the first one. Yeah. Good stuff. All right, so let me give you one more piece on this. looking at this data on the screen, what kind of a question might you formulate for that board meeting? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. What's a question you might ask at the board ahead of time? That way the superintendent can prepare for your answers.
I have to have the youth help the old people here. So I'm looking at this and I see 22% on actual on our juniors. Is that meaning we met our goal? And if that's true, do we have too low a goal?
The target, right? That's a great question, and I hope you asked that at the board meeting. That is a really good question. What other questions might you ask? Again, staff, I don't want you to answer today, but I want you to start understanding how your board processes this information. What other question might you ask off of what you're seeing right now on the screen?
Oh, Board Member Rivera.
Of course.
Okay, I'm still confused on Board Member Cross's question, because it does say 16% or more of 11th graders, but then when we look at the F in red, and we discussed now with clarity that F means fall, like initial starting point, does that mean that that goal has already been met? Like, just to rephrase Board Member Cross's question.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you don't have to answer, but Superintendent Andrade, do you want to go ahead since it's come up twice?
Yeah, so this was our first attempt at developing interim goals, and clearly our math teachers are doing an exceptional job. I just want to give a shout out to them, because when you start to focus on student achievement, you start to honor the teachers and the heavy lift that they do for students every single day. And it probably shines a light on those that maybe don't. So I want to start off by saying that as a union system, it doesn't surprise me that our 9th grade is the lowest. They come in, elementary math is a tough one to get content experts in. But wow, do our 9th grade success really wrap around? Because by the end of their 9th grade year, look at how much they've grown, and that test is adapted to where they should be at the end of their 9th grade year. And again, moving all the way up through 11th grade. So I think we could go back to the table. We wanted to kind of get through a year to see what a typical, cohort would look like at 9th, at 10th, and 11th, so that next year when we really set them, we know what's appropriate and how off mark we were. So, thank you.
Chair.
Board Member Meyer and then Representative Marquez.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I do like, I know we've seen it before at a previous board meeting where it says like met or not met. So I think having that visual would also be helpful here for the general public who's not like as into these goals as as diving deep as we are. So I like that strategy from a previous board meeting, and I think it would be helpful to also see it here, which I see there's a column that says on track. And actually, could you explain what the on track column, like what's intended to be on there?
Board Member Meyer, fellow governing board members, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt your guys' session, but these are great questions. As that what gets measured gets done, right? And so as we started this first attempt for interim goal measurement, it allows us to look under the hood as well of the data and the results, so that when those questions come up, or as those questions come, we can provide a little bit more clarity. So I would definitely say that the work that our math teachers have been doing is definitely indicative on these scores. We also looked at individual campuses and how those individual campus results lead to this overall district-wide result you see here. When it comes to the math NWEA, you'll notice on the last 2 pages of that board packet, as we have promised with other areas, we break it down not only by student group, but also by our campuses. One of our campuses in particular's data shows that there is a very high number of students performing well on the math test. Not that we doubt that our teachers aren't doing a good job and our students want to do well on the test, but the testing integrity of the environment is important as well. We want them to do as best as possible with what's up here, not what they can do with their phones. And so the reading portion of the NWA is a bit harder to use technology to help you. The math is a little easier. And if you notice at our Phoenix Digital Academy, which our principal identified and pointed this out, is how are they taking the test on their own versus using some assistive technology to try to perform well on the test. A lot of times students will try their very best with any means necessary to get their top score, and it takes a little bit more knowledge and training of our students to have them understand how important this test is to them in terms of their achievement versus just trying to perform well on a test. So those are some things we also look under the hood on. Have we met the goal? Yes, we have. Will we continue in the winter and the spring to meet the goal? That's why we do these things. So it's a definite achievement. Some of the questions are, did we set the goal too low? Not necessarily, unless we unpack the data a little bit more. NWA also provides us data around rapid guessing, and what that does is that tells us that those students are not taking the test to heart and not trying their very best and just clicking, right? And so there's interventions and opportunities that the campus administration can do on improving the testing fidelity within each environment. So you get a lot of things that come out as a result of the data, maybe not yet achieving it or achieving it. We look at it, but again, the teachers' hard work can come out in that, as well as us looking more into how the students are taking the test and the accuracy of that data. I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you. And just really quickly, what is intended to be under the on track? Like, were you guys going to put like a check mark or something?
Yeah, Board Member Meyer, fellow board members, that's a good question as well. That column right now is intended to say yes or no, and so this is an initial example, and so would we say on track for our interim measure 3.3, that would be a yes. And I'll make sure it's a yes and not a why, because this session I'm learning just as much as you all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then thank you for your really thorough answer.
Mr. Camp, you might want to come back. Mr. Chair, Mr. Camp, I guess as I'm looking at, our goal is to go from 14% to 22% by July 2029, but then I think to the same line of questioning, if our current 11th graders got a 22% of them sort of met the target on this last MAP test, I guess, how do we ensure that, we have the right instrument with this MAP testing, the NWEA RIT score? Or is there something that happens with like test anxiety when they take the real ACT that they might be scoring 22% of them might be meeting the target goal of 243 on the MAP testing, but when they show up and take the actual ACT, only 16% of them are meeting the 243 goal in the spring?
Board Member Marquez, governing board members, thank you. That's a great question. In terms of interim goals, right? As you recall from a presentation in the October board meeting, Ms. Tejas reminded us of the difference between inputs, outputs, and outcomes. Outcomes are that final summative measurement. That's what your board goals are, ACT. That's the summative outcome that we want to achieve. The outputs have to do with in real-time work, what's happening throughout that cycle, right, in the midst of that cycle. And if you recall, one of the slides during that presentation showed the alignment between the national normed RIT scores that you see up there. That's the 240 for the 9th graders, 242 for 10th graders, and 243 for 11th graders. That's a statistical norm reference that we as a district started during this process of the alignment between NWA proficiency and the ACT exam. That company has not aligned those to a 19, and so we statistically did that with our data and with the national norm data to come up with the best point possible that could show achievement on the ACT. These are two different exams, as Ms. Andrade has mentioned quite a few times. You can prepare all you want on an NWA exam because it's not timed and it's adaptive for the student. The ACT exam, like you said, brings a little bit more anxiety with it. It is timed, It's a long day, it's exhausting for our students, and we have to prepare them for that experience as well. And so our ACT prep initiatives and things that our campuses are doing, not just with our juniors again, but our sophomores and freshmen, we could. If you use an interim goal for an ACT practice test, it's not as accurate as the NWA system that we have in place. And so it just provides us as aligned as possible to that 19 on the ACT exam. And we'll see how it goes this year if our predictive measurements are indicative of those outcomes.
Board Member Pastor Rivera, just to piggyback on what Mr. Camp said, and thank you for your question, Member Marquez. It really comes down to our students having enough experience in a condition that's similar to what they're going to experience when they take the ACT exam. And to the point that was made, this year will give us an opportunity to see whether those efforts are really yielding the results that we would like for our students to experience and have as a result of the ACT. So if we see that the test prep measures that we're doing for the conditions themselves aren't yielding the results that we're seeing on the NWEA, that gives us data and information to say, what else do we need to do to improve the skills that the kids have for the day of the test and experiencing that environment.
Yeah. Can I jump in real quick? A follow up on this point, Mr. Camus, Mr. Camp, I think one thing you said that I had a question about during the last board meeting was that our Arizona cut score by the Department of Education is a 19, but so we've had to do some of our own calculations to sort of figure out where that falls to come up with these RIT scores, I think. Nationally, what does NWA say the cut score should be?
Board Member Marquez, governing board members, great question. With our partnership and the partnership of other districts here in the state of Arizona, NWEA as an organization is recreating those norms as an organization for a 19.
Got it.
Other states use, as a state measurement, the ACT exam, and they have set that mark at 17.
Okay.
It just so happens that our state used a 19, and dependent upon the future of that within the state, NWA will be providing us those reference points that you mentioned, and I anticipate those being very close, if not these measurements.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Camp. So I guess I think that's reassuring. I was assuming that the cut score in other states was higher than a 19, and you're saying some states are 17, but I guess I was worried that Arizona had set a lower bar than other states, and that's why the NWA score was not sort of being calculated already.
Board Member Meyer. Okay.
Did you want to comment on that?
Member Pastor Rivera and Member Marquez, thank you for the question. So in some cases, states have set a higher mark and in some cases lower, as was just referenced. Just a reminder for the board that the ACT is really designed to be a measure of college readiness. The score that Arizona has set is for high school diploma readiness. So like you've met the criteria that you need to be deemed successful as a high school student. And so frequently you'll see for measures of college readiness that score is actually higher than the 19, so 22 to 24. So we're looking to meet Arizona's requirements, but that's not necessarily the end goal. You heard Superintendent Andrade celebrate one of our young ladies who you're going to get to meet today as part of the Superintendent Advisory Council, who wasn't satisfied with her score, and she really pushed hard and attended some additional supports to be able to get there because her goal was to qualify for any college that she wanted to receive entrance and also scholarship dollars. So those are some examples around scores.
Board Member Meyer.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Pastor Rivera. My question is also, I'm trying to rephrase what you said. So from my understanding, it sounds like for this trial period of the progress monitoring, we're attempting to use the NWEA, which is a separate test from the ACT, to keep our progress monitoring, and then the final test would be the ACT. And then, did I have that part correct?
For juniors. Okay, because freshmen and sophomores won't take the official state ACT just yet. So for those students, we're monitoring them along the way, and they have a summative pre-ACT in Phoenix Union? Not the freshmen, but the
That is correct, our
sophomores.
sophomores. Yeah.
Ms. Hayes.
Okay, and then, oh, sorry.
Yeah, just to respond, Board Member Meyer, to your question, remember that we're looking for something that can be used as a measure amidst a cycle, right? So we've got your inputs, your outputs, and then your outcomes, right? So the NWA is actually an output because we're able to measure something during the midst of the cycle, and because the ACT isn't until junior year, we want to know how kids are moving through the curriculum and starting to meet those goals. So that's an output, and that's why we selected it, because it is aligned.
Member
Okay.
Cross?
Oh, wait.
Oh, you said, okay, my apologies, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then, so then at the end of the year, you'll evaluate if that output strategy was good or if you should rechange. Okay. Okay. Yeah, just because my concerns with the ACT is that it really is like teaching to the test. Because I think about like college, like students who have like wealthier backgrounds, who have those private tutors, because I went to like pretty elite school, so that's pretty much my classmates. And then a lot of it was just like teaching to the test. So the ACT in that perspective wasn't necessarily a test of their abilities. It was a test of how familiar they are with the questions, how familiar they are with the timed environment, and also just like the grilling of like personalized tutoring. And I guess just for my understanding, do you think the NWEA, like the structure of the questions, also mirrors the SAT? I mean, not the SAT, the ACT. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Board Member Meyer. Yes, so that's what we've found at this point. Again, that the NWA is the best measure that we have available to simulate the type of questions that students are going to be receiving. Just a reminder, though, that that tool is adaptive. So if a student is not experiencing success, it's going to scale those questions back, continue to work and build their knowledge, and then move them forward once they've demonstrated some level of proficiency.
Board Member Cross?
Thank you. The one thing I've found as a teacher is the attention span of students. How are we helping students get through attention spans for an ACT test?
Thank you for the question, Board Member Cross. That is a challenge, right? So you have to have the stamina, frankly, to be able to manage the conditions and the questions that you're going to be receiving. And that's part of what the boot camps and test preparation strategies are for, is to help them develop the stamina to be able to manage that environment well.
So this is what let me frame it this way. This is what the future of your board meetings is likely going to look like. The questions you're asking are great. And the time that we spent on talking about this is what you're about to embark on. And I heard your staff say, thank you for that question. That's a great question. You are probing them, you are pushing them. By asking good questions, it's the part that I said earlier, you are going to parallel process for the entire school system. That when we talk about academics and you're wanting to get an understanding, this is the purpose of progress monitoring. And I'm hoping that you're gonna enjoy this part, because the other thing that we find is that there tends to be less conflict when we're talking about these kind of conversations. I want to give you a chance to look at page 18 of your Student Outcomes Focused Governance Manual. And staff, this is for you too, because you're gonna get the chance to see, these are just some questions for you to consider as board members. I thought, well, let me back up. The questions you just asked are really good and aligned with what you're gonna see on page 18. If you catch yourself looking at a progress monitoring report and you're like, I just don't know what kind of questions I probably want to ask, go to page 18 to kind of get your mind going. I'll give you a chance to look at the first 3 columns. Try not to look at the 4th one yet. Try to just zero in on the first 3 columns and take a minute to reflect on those questions. as you take a glance at those, what's coming up for you when you look at a progress monitoring report and those first 3 columns?
Well, the first column is about students, second column is about data, and then the third column is about root cause.
And there's a reason why I asked you not to look at the 4th column. The 4th column is the natural inclination that I may have. I'm looking at this, so then what are we going to do, right? What's the future performance questions? What I want to submit to you is this idea that I want to encourage you to fight, to resist that urge to talk about what's going to happen in the future, and to go to the first 3 columns and figure out, how in the world did we get here? What has happened prior to today that has us in the current state that we're in? And the reason that is because if you spend 3/4 of your time trying to figure out how did we get here, then you could probably better understand what's going to happen in the future to change the direction that we need to for our children. And that's a hard concept, because think about it, right? Naturally, so what's the plan? What's the strategy? If I don't understand how we got here, those pieces may not all fit. And what you're doing is you're prompting your administration to tell you the story of what happened, especially for those of you that are new, what happened before my time here? How did we get here? And then you can also take a glance at the ineffective questions at the bottom of that page and see what your thoughts, wonderings, or questions are. And again, I will be sending all of you a video of me in action, or I should say in action, of where I was not really good at this. I just didn't know any better. And that's the reason why we developed all of this, kind of like step by step, so that you as a team now, you're actually, let me put it this way, you're about to officially start taking score as a board. By having set your goals and then monitoring this next board meeting, the clock is officially started. Even though we're kind of saying it's kind of like a trial, or what's the language you've been using? Pilot, pretest for you as a board. As you're going to learn, your muscle is going to develop really quickly as you do progress monitoring. This is the beginner phase. Next workshop, I'm going to introduce you to technical, tactical, strategic questions. And we've got this down to a science. And so some of the board meetings that you're going to watch that I'm going to send to you, you're going to watch board members asking very strategic questions, which push the administration to go take deeper dives. But right now, let's get off the ground with just asking questions. So my ask of you is, if you would look at this progress monitoring report, practice and send at least one question to the superintendent. That way she and her team prepare and have an idea of what you're going to ask. Absolutely ask more questions like you were here. Ask more questions at the board meeting, and really try to leave the board meeting having an understanding of how did this happen before you can explain what's the future going to look like. And that, my friends, and to Board Member Meyer, this is what you're going to be doing continuously throughout the community. When you get your cadence of when you do your two-way communications after you get your initial feedback, and I'll send you a video of that as well, where boards are doing their two-way communications. They have learned how their community best responds and engages. And like I said, every community is different, right? So then you'll be able to go and tell them, hey, we want to talk to you real quick about the update towards the progress of the goals. You would be so good at telling the same story that your staff is just giving you when you have been able to engage in deep progress monitoring conversation. Because when you show that data, right, your community is like, well, what does this mean? And how does that translate? 22 sounds low. And you can be able to articulate to your community, say, yes, and this is how we got here. And then at the end, this is the direction that we're taking without the superintendent having to be the one with the microphone. You as board members get to educate and bring your community along with you. A lot of info. Questions, thoughts, or wonderings? No? I'm excited for your next meeting. Can you see how this is starting to come together? And it began with you as a board setting the goalposts. And your team has been working behind the scenes really, really hard in anticipation of you getting to this point with them. Anything? All right, last one. It's time to do a self-eval again. I want to invite you to start at page 2. And I'll remind you how this works for the board. You start on the left column. If you can check all the categories on the column, then you can move to the next column. If you can check all of those, then you can move to the next column. But if you find one area that you cannot check off, then you got to stop there, and then you look at the top, and then we're going to circle that as the points for your self-eval. So I want to invite you to start with page 2. I'll walk you through the first one. The board is not student outcomes focused if any of the following are true. The board has not adopted goals. Have you adopted goals? Yes, so we're good there. The board has not consistently demonstrated the ability to distinguish between inputs, outputs, and outcomes. Yeah, your staff was doing a heck of a job, right? Telling you, but what do you think, Board Member Meyer?
I think I'm finally understanding like the concrete details of like it's all putting together.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think like now doing the community sessions helped me understand like putting the puzzle pieces together.
Yay. Pastor Rivera, what do you think?
Most definitely.
Okay.
I concur with Board Member Cross.
And again, your next board meeting is going to be awesome for this one. The board has not hosted opportunities to listen to the vision of the community during the previous 36-month period.
Some of us have.
Yeah, and there's more to come, right?
Right.
Yay, so we get to move beyond that. Just as a reminder, the first time we did this, you got zeros. And that was okay because we said, right, you're just starting. So now let's see if you get the next one. The board has adopted in collaboration with the superintendent goals. Yes? Yes.
Yes.
The board has adopted only SMART goals that include specific measure, population, starting point, ending point, starting date, and ending date.
Yes.
Yes, I agree. The board has adopted no fewer than 1 and no more than 5 goals.
Yes.
Yay. The superintendent has adopted in collaboration with the board 1 to 3 interim goals to progress monitor each goal, and each interim goal is SMART. Yes, you just did that last meeting. The status of each interim goal is able to be updated multiple times during each school year. Yes. And the board publicly posted the goals for public comment prior to adoption. You did. Look at that, you get 10 points today at least. Let's see if you got the next one. The board's goals all pertain to desired student outcomes.
Yes.
Good job. In addition to the goal ending points, the board has adopted annual targets, goal ending points for each year leading up to the ending dates. The superintendent has provided interim goal ending points for each year leading to the ending date. Yes, you do. You have annual targets. Your staff has done a great job with that. All interim goals pertain to student outputs or student outcomes, not inputs or adult outputs. Good job. And the board included students, parents, staff, and community members in goal development process.
President Epa or Member Pastor? Go ahead. Oh, wait, I had a question on the previous one. Because it says the board has adopted no fewer than 1 and no more than 5 guardrails, but we have like 7 guardrails, or is it 9?
Oh, yeah, no, this one is pertaining to goals. The next page will be guardrails.
I jumped ahead.
No, but good catch though. we're still on the question. The board included students, parents, staff, and community members in the goal development process.
Do you consider the listening sessions as the process, or?
That's what you're doing right now.
Okay.
So do you say yes or no? We call this an integrity instrument, by the way.
Is there a growing in that capacity option?
7 points, not 10.
Good question. The answer is no. Within the integrity instrument, either we did do it or we did not. There's no in between. So if you say no, right, with integrity, then we stop there. And what we do is we go back and we say, okay, you got 10 points today. The next question is, where do you think you can be at in 3 months? Do you think you can complete the community engagement and listening sessions so that you can check that box off? You think so? Okay. So let's say that in 3 months, you wrap up your listening sessions, right? And then you can, with integrity, say, we did do that. Let's just look at the rest. That way you can see kind of what lays ahead. All board goals last from 3 to 5 years. All interim goals last from 1 to 3 years. We're going to have that checked off. The goals and interim goals will challenge the organization and will require a change in adult behaviors. That's that mindset piece, right? So I think so. So once you wrap up your listening sessions, you're going to get that 25 points. Let's see what it would take to get to the 35. The board used a process that included students, parents, staff, and community members in a way that leads them to express ownership of the adopted goals. This is the question you've been asking, Board Member Meyer, of what does that threshold look like? It's for you as a board to decide, what does that threshold look like? When do we feel? And I'll give you the short answer to this. This will have to be a continuous process for you to really keep them updated. It's not just a one and done. And one of the biggest roles you have as a board is to keep engaging your community. And then all interim goals are predictive of their respective goals, all of that good stuff right there. Yes, your team has been working on, and you'll see that key part. The superintendent has authority over roughly 80% of whatever the interim goal is measuring. Your superintendent is not bringing you interims that she cannot move. She's bringing you interims that she can influence. So you're probably going to be able to check that off as well when you get to that point. The last one, the board relied on a root cause analysis, comprehensive student needs assessment, and/or similar research-based tool to inform identification of and prioritization of the potential goals. When you set your goals, remember we looked at data and your staff walked you through that? So the only thing you're missing on this one to get to 35 is when you complete your community listening sessions. And you're gonna be at 35 points. See how it works? Cool. So for today, we're at 10. But we now know that once you wrap up your community listening sessions, in 3 months, we're likely to have 35 points. All right. Will somebody walk us through the second one, page 3?
Are we just reading through these?
And it's to say, you as a board, this is your self-evaluation. Did you meet those? And if you did, then we go to the next column, and then we're just trying to see what your score is going to be this time. We already know that we're at 10 points versus 0 from last year. That's just on the first page.
Okay, so we're looking at if we've accomplished anything in mastering student.
No, we're starting with the left
Green.
column.
The left column. Board has not adopted goals. We have. The board has not hosted opportunities to listen to the values of the opportunity of the community during the previous 36-month period. We have hosted listening opportunities. Approaching student outcomes focus, 5 points. The board has adopted in collaboration with the superintendent guardrails based on the community's values and that do not hinder pursuit of the goals. Each guardrail describes a single operational action or class of action the superintendent may not use or allow in pursuit of those goals. We haven't adopted them yet.
Correct. So then we would stop
We've
there.
drafted them, yeah.
Now, the next question, where do you think you could be at in 3 months? And Board Member Meyer, you brought up the perfect point. You want to narrow these down to no more than 5. And so as you'll read through that, you'll see that you have a high probability of getting at least to the 5 points, because the one thing that we have in front of us that I can help you with is if you look under meeting student outcomes, the green column, all of those other ones are going to be checked off. The only one that we have not gotten to yet, and we could, is the theory of action, which is in that fourth part. The board has considered adoption of one or more theories of action to drive the school system's overall strategic direction. If there is a permanent superintendent, that person was included in the theory consideration process. That's a workshop for us to be able to work through that, for you to go through that. So for sure, I know that in 3 months, you could probably get to 5. When you're done with the listening sessions and you adopt your guardrails. Yes, ma'am.
So, looking at the yellow column, it says fewer than 1 and no more than 5, which means we'd have to lower our guardrail numbers.
Yes, ma'am. And that's the reason why you're engaging your community, because you could also end up finding out that the guardrails that you as the board identified, it happens that the community is going to lift up other potential guardrails. Like what Board Member Pastor Rivera was saying, like parents are telling you this. That's the reason why you're engaging your community.
Board Member President Napa and then Cinto. Yeah, for this point, I think that's why I was like kind of really stuck on I need some kind of template or something, because what I'm envisioning is like we have 8 guardrails, so we have to lower that to 5 and under. So in my mind, I was thinking like whatever guardrails keep getting hammered at these community sessions is probably the ones that we should focus on. And I wanted I would like some kind of like table, some kind of metric to be able to measure like, okay, these are the guardrails, like check it off if you hear someone talk about it, kind of thing. That's what I had envisioned in my mind with the community listening sessions, and like keeping some kind of synchronous, uniform way to collect this data for the entire board so that we're all reporting the same thing, like having a consistent, measurable tactic.
Yeah, and thank you for that, because I definitely look forward to meeting with you to be able to work that out. I look at this much like my dissertation, right? I did a qualitative study on governance. So I was looking for themes. And so I definitely look forward to partnering with you on being able to help you do that.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes. And so, yeah, so right now I think we're at 0. And let's go to the next one. Who will lead the next one? Page 4.
I'll do it. Monitoring and accountability, the board will devote significant time monthly to monitoring progress towards the goals. 0 points, not student outcomes focused. The board has not adopted goals we have. The board does not schedule each goal to be monitored at least 4 times a year. I think we're down to a quarterly schedule, so we'll be getting that soon.
Yeah, because you've seen the draft of the monitoring calendar, right?
Yeah.
Once you adopt that one, you're going to be able to check that one off.
The board does not schedule each guardrail to be monitored at least once per year. The board has not adopted a monitoring calendar. The board does not track its use of time in the board authorized public meetings. The board has not consistently demonstrated the ability to distinguish between customer service issues and owner service issues. The school system has not achieved any of its interim goals during the previous 12-month period.
So any of those that you have not met yet that will hinder us from going to the next column?
Yeah, go ahead. Who is it? Board Member Meyer? Oh, Cross. Go ahead.
Cross, you go.
Okay, well, you've tracked our board at the public meetings, but we haven't. You're gonna have to show us how to do that.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
So what
that's enough.
what is to be done is for me to work with any of you who want to learn how to track your board meetings. What also is about to happen is you're about to adopt a monitoring calendar. So we have not gotten those done yet, so we're also at 0 here. But that is right around the corner. You're about to do that. So in 3 months, you're likely going to have these done. The next workshop would not only include the theory of action for my recommendation, but also for me to walk you through the distinguishing between customer service and owner service. You want me to give you a little brief synopsis of what that looks like? You go to your favorite taco joint and you order some tacos and you ask for tacos with no onions. And what happens when they give you the order and it has a bunch of onions in there? Who are you likely to take your concern and issue to get it addressed? The person who served me. Wait, hold on, but why wouldn't you go to the owner of the restaurant? Not right away, right? Same thing with school boards. Remember, you are the representatives of the true owners of the school system, which is the community. When somebody has a problem in Phoenix Union and they bring it to you and not to the teacher or the administrators or the folks at the campus, can you see the connection to the analogy? What happens is, and this is what's challenging for school boards, you are the elected officials that are probably the closest to the people because you have arguably one of the most precious resources of our community, the children. When people are reaching out to you, they're reaching out to the representative owners of the school system. And so what happens is, if you are not in a position to educate your community to say, wait, have you gone through the chain of command? Have you gone to the teacher or the campus? And if they say no, and if it's not an egregious situation, right? Like it's probably wise of you to be able to say, hey, well, I would encourage you to go to them and let them address the situation versus coming to me, the owner. Your community is inclined to want to reach out to you because you are easily accessible for the most part. This idea of customer service versus owner service, much the same way that I wouldn't take my taco issue to the owner of the restaurant, is that the person closest to the scenario is likely to have the ability to address my situation much quicker and much more efficiently. The other one is legal. If I'm getting an egregious situation put in front of me and it comes before the board as a grievance, it's probably wise for me to let the community member know, if this comes to the board, I'm going to have to recuse myself. So much the same way, I would like to encourage you to go through the process. Parallel processing. If I don't condition and educate my community that that's the way it would ideally work, then what happens when I hear that a teacher is jumping over their administrators and going straight to someone else to get their issues resolved? What happens if a student jumps over the chain of command and goes, much the same way for you as board members, this idea of customer service versus owner service. In many situations, it's probably wise for you to say, I'll encourage you to go to the root cause of where the situation happened versus me. Because what you're going to find is it's going to be a bottomless pit. And if the word gets out that Board Member Meyer or Board Member Cross listens and gets things done for me because they're handling the inputs, you're going to start getting a lot more calls and a lot more requests. And you're going to end up in the customer service versus the owner service. And your role as board members is to try to stay focused on the progress towards your goals and your guardrails. Does that make sense?
I'm going to just jump in real quick.
Sure.
If we can, and I love these conversations, I do, but we also have about 30 or so students that have traveled all the way in today to have lunch with the board. I fed them, so I think that they're happy, but their idea was to have lunch with you and their board members. So if we can move a little bit quicker through the final few, I would really appreciate it for the sake of our kids. Thanks.
100%, yes. So we're at 0 there. Page 5. Tell us where you think we're at. We only have these 3 left. I'll encourage you to read through and then tell me where you think we're at.
For President Napa, just for the sake of time, I was like, we're on the yellow, approaching student outcomes focus. And I say that because when I was going through the list, I stopped at the board tracks its use of time. Like, that's something that's been a repetitive theme. So, yeah, everything else, it seems pretty aligned.
So we're at 0. And you think we can be at where in 3 months?
Oh, maybe, I need to see how this tracking looks like before I can say
Okay.
we're gonna be there. So,
Fair enough.
yeah, ideally, and approaching student outcomes focus.
Got it. Page 6.
I feel really good about the yellow column. As far as the policies for the governing board, like BCB, like they've reviewed those. But as far as the entire policy, all 5 sections, I think they're available, but I'm not sure we've gone through every single section, every single policy.
Yeah, so
Formally.
I'll encourage you that. And I would say that right here it's saying all policies governing board operating procedures. You did review those as a board.
Yeah.
I was really excited when you did that because I was like, yay, we're gonna be able to check that part off. So the question is, do you for sure get the approaching student outcomes focus?
I think that last bullet item, all board members agree that if the board has committees or roles, only to advise the board and not to advise staff. I don't think if we've clearly stated, I think we understand that. I don't think that we've communicated that as a board.
Would you say that y'all agree with that? That's what it's saying, right? All board members agree.
I think we don't have anything in writing, so we can't check that off.
Okay.
Well, I'll go back and just push a little bit. We do have the Budget Advisory Committee that Member Marquez had suggested we do for the budget, that has come forward to you at a few board meetings and given you kind of the summary of what they recommend. We have the Student Advisory Council here that is an advisory to you as well for student voice. So I can live with the fact that we still have ways to go, but we have practiced that also with the Safety Committee as well. Those were advisory committees to the board.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I agree also, those came to mind. I was just wondering, like, not all board members were there at the installment of them. So, like, I don't know if they.
Yeah, I don't
agreed.
see that. That was my concern too. Like, there was nothing official that I'm aware of other than the verbal, hey, this is an advisory committee and such. So, do other boards have this documented somewhere? Is that what this is getting to?
It's usually rooted in their policy and their board operating procedures manual.
All right, is it in our board operating procedures manual?
So we could say probably we're at 0, right? And in 3 months, we could either look at approaching or meeting. So we're at 0. Yeah,
Okay.
you can cover it. And then the last page, page 7. You're at 0?
We did a self-evaluation a couple of months. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So what I'm offering, right, is I'm going to work for sure with Board Member Meyer and anyone else who wants to learn how to track your meetings and your minutes. It's going to be really supportive. It's going to help President Napa being able to, like, keep the main thing, especially as you're setting your agendas. But I am excited for your monitoring. So, hey, we went from 0 to, what's our number? You got 10 points. Yay.
Can I call an audible here? I'm
Sure.
going to go back to the Unity and Trust one right prior to the last one, and it said all board members agree if the board has committees, their role is only to advise the board, not to advise the staff. We do have a policy around advisory committees, so I don't
I
know
do
that that means we all agree, but it is in policy.
And I remember when we did the budget, when we made sure that we knew that we were all, it was advisory board.
Yeah.
Well, there you
I don't
go.
know if
So
that
you at least get
changes.
one. What about the
One
next
on the
column
board.
then? Do you get, I mean, let's just make sure, let's be thorough. Meeting student outcomes focus, the green column, do you meet those as well? And we're looking at legal because these are definitely going to be in your policies.
No.
Yeah, that's not it.
We're not
No?
there yet.
Okay, so we're at 16. That is progress, my friends. And I know that in 3 months, we're gonna have even more points. So congrats to going from 0 to 16 points. Board, I look forward to the work. I will be connecting with some of you individually to keep the work moving forward. And, since you're gonna be meeting with students, maybe, right? There's another listening session type of thing. Enjoy, my friends.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ramos. Script here says you are excused from the table at this time, so if you, next on the agenda is 2B Superintendent Student Advisory Council, Ms. Tellis.
Well, good afternoon, Board. Thank you for your work this morning. As Ms. Andrade mentioned, we have our Student Advisory Council members here today to enjoy lunch with you. You do have a copy of a PowerPoint just to kind of walk you through very quickly. So we've developed some table talk questions just so it's not that super awkward silence sometimes that occurs. So we'll be getting those distributed. This is just an opportunity for you to engage conversation with our students. They're excited about having that opportunity. We'll leave this up for just a few minutes so that the students can figure out who's who in the room and which ward they fit into. And then you will also see that we've listed schools here. So we don't have Ward 1 and Ward 2 representatives, so our at-large members, Representative Marquez and Mr. Pastor Rivera, we're asking you to plug in with the students that are represented for those wards, just so that they're not left without someone. And exec team members, we're going to ask that you also spread out around the room to be able to assist with that. And then students are going to be asking you some questions as well. So what is it that you want from them as members of the Superintendent's Advisory Council? So we'll put those up in a little bit, but I'm going to leave it up on this slide so that folks can get oriented. We'd also like to invite you to grab your plates of food. Exec team, again, will move off of that main table and around the room. So thank you and enjoy your time with the students today.
Okay, board members, we're about to get started, so if you can make your way back to the square.
Is Board Member Oliver still online? Okay. Next on the agenda is item 2C, media training best practices. I would like to motion to convene an executive session for legal advice on this matter. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by myself and seconded by Board Member Pastor Rivera. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We will move into executive session. Okay, we're back. Does that mean we're not in quorum? Okay, well, how about this? We'll take a 5-minute break. 5 minutes? Thank you. Okay, I think we're back. Next item on the agenda is 2C, media training practices. Whoops, actually, we got to reconvene. The board retreat is called back to order. Is there a motion to adjourn the executive session?
motion.
Is there a second? A motion has been to adjourn has been made by Board Member Pastor Rivera, seconded by myself. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is motion to instruct designated representatives of the public body regarding matters discussed in executive session as necessary. Is there a motion to affirm instructions given to representatives of the public body in executive session?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion to affirm instructions given to representatives have been made by Board Member Meyer. Did I hear you? Representative Marquez, and seconded by Board Member Pastor Rivera. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we're back into the retreat. Item 2C, media training best practices, Superintendent Andrade.
Thank you, President Napa, members of the board. You'll recall that we've had the request to really work specifically on media training as a board member. Now that you're kind of aware of the legal guardrails around that, I've brought in with our team, with Richard alongside me, what we find will be tailored best to what it is you need. While ASBA and others do offer media training, it's typically for districts that maybe don't have a PIO or a marketing department that communicates directly for them. But in this case specifically, I wanted to be able to hone in on your skills and develop your skills. So we've brought what we believe is one of the best in the business, I think. We have both David and Rebecca here, and they're here to tell you a little bit more. I've had the opportunity to work with him before, and he is he's a good coach, and he knows the business very well. This is, again, part one, so we're just going to be dipping our toe in the water today, getting comfortable with some scenarios and how we speak and what we say. And then as a follow-up in smaller groups, we'll have an opportunity to get you working directly with them to really further those skills and hone in on what it is you need development on. Thank you.
Sorry. President Napa, Superintendent Andrade, members of the board, thanks for allowing us to be here today. The superintendent acknowledged that we had done some work last year together. And as I got to know your general counsel, your superintendent, the board president, Mr. Franco, just tremendously impressed by what you do at PXU. And so when Richard called and asked about media training, I was very excited to do it, and done media training with various school districts, with the Arizona School Boards Association, all sorts of folks. I got into this business about 15 years ago. Before that, I was a newspaper columnist with the Arizona Republic and a talk radio host with KTAR. And so I've done hundreds, thousands of interviews with people. So I've been on the other side of this, and in my role today doing public relations, I'm in sort of the same position that a lot of you are, where now I'm a spokesperson, I'm being asked questions. So having been on both sides of this, I think brings an interesting perspective. Rebecca, who is my business partner, you can introduce you. You don't need me to introduce you. You go ahead.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Sanders, and I was a reporter at the Arizona Republic for about 15 years, mostly covering government and politics. David was often someone that I interviewed or used as a source.
Yeah, I really
and
hated talking to you, by the way.
we sparred a couple of times.
Yes, we did.
I got into PR about 3 years ago, just wanting to use those skills from the newsroom to help my clients get the word out, get those good stories into the world, and to know how to handle crises and things like that. So David and I partner on a lot of clients, and I think, yeah, we're a good yin and yang. So we're excited to be here and help you all out.
Really want to talk today about storytelling, right? Stories are really the most powerful way of communicating messages that we have available to us. I'll tell you that I think that PXU, unfortunately, you're at a time in the world where there's an incessant focus on negativity. And I've noticed that there seems to be a predisposition about negative stories. They're always coming at you with difficult questions, et cetera. I want to talk about how we can use storytelling to offset some of that, how we can use it to go around the media, and how you can do that in ways that get your message out to students, their families, staff, et cetera. This slide, I don't understand. I know all of you are incredibly busy because you have real jobs and you're doing this form of public service, which I know takes up a lot of time. It says the average American spends almost 12 hours a day consuming some form of media. I don't know where people find 12 hours a day to do that unless they are multitasking while they're doing things like raising children, doing their job, whatever it is their hobbies are. The reason I present that to you is only to tell you that there is so much competition for people's attention today. We used to talk about in this business news cycles. There's no news cycle. Richard I'm sure could speak to this. If we get a phone call right now from a reporter, if Jason Berry at Channel 3 or Channel 5 calls, or Alexandra Hartle, or pick somebody at the Arizona Republic, will they have any more than about an hour for you to come up with a response?
Not usually.
The biggest thing that we hear all the time now, reporters will call us, right? And they'll say, hey, we'd like to get the district's response, and we'll update our story with your response. So that means that you published an incomplete story without our perspective, without our response. That story is out there on social media. It's being retweeted over and over again. It's getting talked about in other places. Misinformation spreads really at the speed of light these days. I want to tell you how you can get some help here, how you can be as effective as possible. The first thing I want to emphasize, and Richard is not paying me to say this, but for each of you, you do have a professional communications department, and that is incredibly helpful. You should, I hope, feel like when a media request comes to you, that the first thing you'll do is talk to the marketing and communications team, not to put them in the line of fire instead of you, but to help you gather the facts, help you understand how to frame a response, and how to get that story out into the world most effectively. These guys do it for a living, and they have relationships with reporters that can be a real difference maker in these scenarios. So trusting the professionals is an incredibly big deal here. The other thing I'll tell you is, you may think when you get an email from a reporter that you're special. They've singled me out. They've reached out. This could be my moment of fame. Joe Dana at Channel 12 wants to put me on the news, or Mike Broomhead at KTAR wants to get me on the air. I assure you that most of these emails that come to you have come to everybody. And they are just hoping, as I did, as Rebecca did when we were reporters, we were usually hoping that one person, I don't want to say would be dumb enough, but one person would be bold enough to actually answer the email, answer the phone, and then we're going to do an interview. Most of the time when people did that, they regretted having picked up the phone having answered the email, because I'm the one asking you questions. I probably have more information at that point in time than you do. So that's like home court advantage in professional sports, right? I have all the information. The person with the information kind of has the power. The comms team, they have the facts. They have the context. They have experience dealing with this. And that enables us to be as transparent as we can be. You're going to hear us talk about this a lot today, about speaking with one voice. This is a large organization. You all know this much better than I do. How many students do we have in the district?
24,000.
Right. I mean, that's a city, 24,000. You have a city of students. How many employees?
Over 3,000.
We're talking about, at the end of the day, about 30,000 people who are members of this organization at any given moment in time. When one board member says A, and another board member says blue, and a third board member says chocolate, and we're all over the place, those 30,000 people get incredibly confused. And that can be damaging for your brand. It can be damaging for relationships and for the district. I mean, Rebecca, when you would send out, like if you were trying to talk to a school board, who do you reach out to?
Usually the most talkative and the most conflict interested. That's really the deal. As reporters, you're looking for conflict in almost everything that you write. So when board members speak with one voice, when people are on message, it's hard to find that conflict. And it might mean the difference between writing a story and not writing a story. Or it might mean that your message gets into my story, but it is unified, it is clear, there's less confusion. So do know that a lot of times reporters are asking sometimes rude sounding questions or wild sounding questions because they're trying to elicit a reaction. They're trying to get you riled up or ruffled so that you will speak off the cuff and with less discipline.
Yeah, one of the things I find as an interviewer that can be incredibly useful is pushing people off balance a little bit. It's asking people questions that they are unprepared for. They might not even be entirely relevant to what we're talking about. But again, and Rebecca nailed it. If I asked you, if I said at the end of the day, like, well, what did you learn in this whole thing that we did? I think one thing I hope everybody will walk away from is understanding that in 2025, the media is inevitably always searching for conflict. This district with these 30,000 people we're talking about, we could walk the halls, and I'm quite sure we wouldn't even have to leave this room. We could come up with 100 positive, wonderful story ideas about the great things that you are doing. And if we went and we pitched that to reporters, their eyes would glaze over. They don't care. They are looking for stories that have conflict at their center. They are looking for stories that involve, it's, you know, I've worked over the years with various law enforcement, public safety organizations. You know, you go talk to the cops, they say, well, nobody's ever there when I do something good. If I help a little old lady across the street, they never write that in the newspaper. I know, because that's what you're expected to do. You're expected to succeed. You're expected to do good things. It's a story when you don't. Same thing with the school district. We're expecting you to be a source of great education, of keeping students safe. When you're not, that's when things happen. Look, rule number one, we'll give you some rules here. You have got to understand what an interview is and what it is not. Okay? An interview may feel like an interrogation. It really isn't. My style of interviewing people often was to make it sound super breezy and friendly, like we're just, you know, a couple of people on a bar stool having a conversation and we're chatting, hey, you know, President Napa, how's the family? What's going on? How's work? And get you off balance and then ask a very difficult question. An interview is not a conversation, okay? It may feel that way. It is a transaction. A reporter agrees to give you some time and some space, whether it's digital space on TV or on the radio, or print space. And in return, you have agreed that you will offer up some information. Space, information, space, information. An interview is an opportunity in that transaction to give them the information, to tell the story that you want to tell. You don't have to answer every single question they ask. We'll get back into that later. You don't have to engage at the level of animosity or emotion that they are. This is about you doing the best you can to control the conversation and give them information that works for you and for PXU and your students and the employees who all report up to you.
And I would just add to that, that question, saying that not every question has to be answered. The best folks who stay on message see every question as an opportunity to get your message across. Very sincere, trustworthy folks will take those questions to heart and take them literally, and I applaud you for that. That is something that we should try to do in human-to-human interactions. But when it's the media, it's a bit of a different ballgame. You can use their questions to your advantage rather than seeing every question as something that you literally and personally have to answer.
The problem, there's two things that I'll make a couple of assumptions that I think will hold here. I'm going to guess that the people who are in this room today are pretty smart, or you wouldn't have gotten on the board. You wouldn't have gotten elected or appointed, as the case may be, elected for, I think, all of you. No? Appointed? Fair enough.
She ran an election.
Okay.
So
okay.
she's still here because community wanted
fair
her.
Fair enough. No, but smart people, and the other assumption I'll make is that most of you are pretty nice, that you're decent people. You wouldn't be doing this, right? You'd have better things to do with your Friday afternoon. Smart people have a powerful need to be understood. Smart people can be their own worst enemy by attempting to explain something to become understood. And the more information you're giving to this reporter, the deeper hole you're digging for yourself. Nice people try really hard to be kind. So I asked you a question, so you're trying to answer the question, as many nice people would do. You got to put aside the niceness during the course of an interview, and to some degree, you have to keep in mind that the audience that we are trying to explain things to is busy. They may not have all the same education level. As a general rule, I would tell you that if you are trying to explain a board decision or a PXU decision, I would think about, how would I explain this to a pretty bright teenager? And I'm not trying to be condescending. I only mean that we want to explain this to somebody who probably isn't going to pay attention for a super long period of time, maybe doesn't even really care. But we're trying to get our story across quickly and effectively. When we talk about the interview, as a reporter, what were you looking to get out of an interview?
Well, definitely the conflict that we talked about before, but also information that nobody else has. And that often means information that maybe shouldn't be out there, or information that is very sensitive. So another reason to work with your communications team to know exactly what information is privy to you as board members, because you do need to know what's happening behind the scenes, but also what you need to keep close to the vest and doesn't need to be out in the public.
When I'm doing an interview on behalf of a client, I'm cognizant of the fact that the reporter is trying to get information. My goal when I am doing the interview on behalf of a client is not necessarily to give the reporter the information they're looking for. My goal is to tell the best, truthful story. Never lie. The best, truthful story that is responsive to the reporter's questions, but continues to reinforce what we do here at PXU. So the reporter may ask me a very difficult question. I may think to myself, I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole. And we'll talk in a few minutes about pivoting away from that stuff. Rule 2, really again, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but the idea of doing your homework, I mean, all of us have been to job interviews and, you know, maybe a date, whatever it is. It would be rare, I think, that you walked into a job interview not having done any research, not knowing anything about the person you were talking to, not knowing anything about the company that you were applying to, et cetera. This is where you can lean on the comms team. If you were going to do an interview, how do I put this? There's a big difference between doing an interview with an ASU student who works for Cronkite News Service, doing an interview with Dave Biskobing, who is a reporter at Channel 15, who can be pretty dogged, and doing an interview with an era, who for the Republic is currently covering the district? Alexandra Hartle. Okay, and doing an interview, you know, with Alex, who we deal with on a pretty regular basis. They are looking for different things. They're going to approach it differently. They may have a propensity to be more or less negative. So knowing who the reporter is can help you prepare. Like, if Dave Biskobing was sitting here, I would say the exact same thing I'm about to say right now. If ABC 15 calls you and they're doing a story, I am 99% certain that it is going to be negative. I mean, I don't, you know, every once in a while they may surprise me, but they're very conflict driven. So they are probably looking for some type of gotcha moment. You should know that before you walk into it. What is social media saying about this or that thing that happened? There is a lot of conversation on social media about PXU. It is probably important to understand that. I alluded earlier to deadlines. You should be aware of how long the reporter has until they're going to publish their story, because it becomes incumbent on you to try to fit that in there. How long is the interview going to be? I would very rarely encourage you to do an interview without setting a time limit for it. I would never, if President Napa was going to do an interview with a reporter, I don't care who it is, I wouldn't say, hey, come on down to CCE, and yeah, what we've got, we'll sit around for an hour. I would say, President Napa's very busy. Happy to get you on the phone with her. Chances are good it's probably only going to last about 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I don't want you to have a conversation that's going to take an hour, simply because the volume of words that will come out of your mouth in an hour almost assures everybody that something is going to happen that we don't want to happen. The other thing is, who's the audience, right? We have multiple audiences here at all times. There is parents, students, employees, the community at large, the Arizona legislature, the ninth floor, the Arizona Department of Education, the State Board of Education, whole bunch of people. And the way that you would talk to a student and the way you would talk to that student's parent or to a member of the community can be radically different. So we try to keep that in mind. Does anybody, I know we're going quick. Does anybody have any questions or a point that they want to make? All right, that's good. Messaging, okay? You know, I know that, you know, Richard and his team will prepare talking points and things like that. I encourage my clients, from the perspective of somebody who does communications for a living, there is no more frustrating moment than to have spent some time preparing talking points and to become aware very quickly that the person who is doing the interview has not read them, is not familiar with them, and is just kind of, we have a phrase in the business, winging it. You're just kind of winging it. That never really goes well. With the message piece of this, I would encourage you, if you're going to do an interview, to work backwards from the story you want to see. We're going to go through some scenarios here that we're going to share with you and ask you to come up with statements. I always ask myself, like, what headline do I want this story to have? And then I try to, again, be honest, but provide a context and provide information that makes that headline a real possibility. The other thing is, and this rarely happens with talking points, so I would encourage you when you are talking to the comms team to make sure that you've challenged them to give you more than just a couple of paragraphs, right? I want you to have, not just, the talking point might be, here at the Phoenix Union High School District, we do everything we can to steward every taxpayer dollar down to the penny to make sure that we're spending the public's money carefully, keeping our students safe, and providing a top quality education. That's a great talking point. I just made that up, but that would work in many situations. It really helps to have an anecdote, a story, and some proof for that. Because I might deliver that talking point and they'd say, okay, well, great, can you give me one example of how you're delivering this world-class education? Now, you have a million examples, but it's good to have right at your disposal the anecdote that will seal the deal. The other thing I'll tell you is, look, you've got to try to anticipate what the worst possible question is. As a reporter, when you have that really mean, really nasty question, when are you going to ask it?
It's usually near the end of the interview. You usually try to kind of butter people up, make them feel less defensive, and then spring it on them.
Yeah, I have to tell you that I try not to let my clients do interviews without me being present, right? I'm on the phone with you. I'm on the Zoom with you. I mean, I can be, if Superintendent Andrade was going to do an interview and I had provided her talking points, I would not allow her to call the reporter directly from your cell phone or something like that. I would call the reporter and then I would conference them in with the superintendent. What am I trying to avoid? I don't want them to have your cell phone number. Not because I'm trying to protect my job, but I don't want them surprising you. But the thing is, as we're going through this interview together, and I've already told them, like, hey, she's got 15 minutes, and that's it, right? Board member Marquez, he's got 10 minutes today. That's all he's got. When we get to minute 8, like, my spidey sense is definitely tingling, because I know that if they're going to ask you a really crappy question, I guarantee you it's at the beginning. At the end. I made the mistake early in my talk radio career of asking some people some pretty mean questions right off the top. The interview never goes well. First of all, some people will just leave. But more importantly, then they're angry, and they're angry in a way that they hate you, and they shut down. And now you're talking to somebody who's just monosyllabic and doesn't care. I would tell you that before you do the interview, we should discuss what the worst possible question is. And as you get through the interview and there's a couple or 3 minutes left, be ready for that worst possible question. They may never ask it. Great, we prepared for no reason, that's fine. Couple of things on messaging, right, on talking points. I try to work with my clients to have one point that you feel super comfortable delivering. I usually refer to it as kind of hugging your tree, right? No matter what happens, you know that you can go back to that one point. Everything we do at PXU is about providing an incredible world-class education for students who not only need it, but they deserve it. That may just be your most comfortable thing to say. I want you to have one thing that if your mind goes blank, you could at least turn back to that, okay? The other thing is, we'll give you talking points, and it can be 2 pages, you know, a page front and back, and you've got all sorts of stuff. Like Board Member Marquez, I mean, I know that you've run for office and you're political by nature. The same thing with Board Member Napa, you work in the political world. I'm sure you've seen long pages of talking points. Do you ever try to memorize it?
No, I mean, I think if I'm at a press conference giving a prepared speech, I certainly try to stick to the talking points, and sometimes I just read them because I think, you know, if an organization asks me to speak on a certain topic, I want to make sure I nail the talking points. And but I do think it's always better to put it in your own words, and especially during an interview.
Sure.
I think the phone interviews are helpful because then you can reference the talking
Right,
points.
you can, I've sat next to
Yeah.
clients on a phone interview, pointing at the paragraph, circling the
Yeah.
like, read this, right?
Yeah.
Not, and I don't mean it to be disrespectful, I think it's a good point, right? Like, all of you got here because of who you are, your experience, your intellect, your commitment to the community. We don't want to drain that out of you by giving you pre-prepared talking points, right? A few years ago, I had a client who wanted to do a podcast. And so the first thing they asked was, can you write all the questions for us on the podcast? Sure, we can write some questions. And we wrote the questions. They said, can you write the answers? So I said, well, I could write the answers, but that's not much of a conversation. I said, well, we need our legal team to vet the answers. So the podcast was like, good morning, Board Member Meyer. How are you? I'm fine. Thank you for asking. It was literally the most painful podcast. I mean, I wish it was still recorded somewhere I could give it to you guys because it's a comedy show, but it was just painful. You know, there is a couple of things I want to, a couple of points I want to make about talking points. More than 2 or 3 points are probably wasted, right? Keep it brief, keep it simple. And again, it's always like, what is the one most important thing that I want you to remember, right? I mean, the one most important thing that we want you to remember about today's training is going to have a lot to do with simplicity, keeping it super simple. Again, I go, but people are watching, they're watching TV, they're on YouTube, they're on TikTok, they spend 12 hours a day doing all this stuff. The chances of them remembering anything that any of us say are de minimis, as they like to say in Latin and in law. I just want you to have one good point. Educating our students, keeping them safe, that is our top priority at the district. I mean, you can tell when people are programmed, right? Like when they're just barfing up these talking points that somebody handed them, or they're reading them off a piece of paper.
Sure, it's good to use your own voice and to feel authentic, absolutely. But the simplicity is really key. And I would also say, when you're developing that key talking point, when you're thinking about what headline you want, also thinking about who is this benefiting. You know, my assumption is that you all are trying to benefit the district as a whole, that's your main goal. So what is the talking point that best serves the district and your identity and the way that you serve your kids, rather than your own political aspirations or a certain, certain goal that may be outside of just the best for the district?
Rule 4 is about the things you can do in an interview. I'm going to knock this down. I violated my own rule about keeping it simple here. There's like a dozen things on this slide. I'm going to get it down to 3, okay? 1, be honest. I cannot emphasize this enough. Like in 2025, if you lie, I promise you, the internet will come for you, people will find out, and you will have more hassle than you could possibly imagine. Most of the people who hire me for crisis communication have hired me because they attempted to get out of something by not being honest. And now they're in more trouble. Be honest, number 1. Be prepared. Again, consult with the professionals. Go to the comms team. I guarantee you that Richard, his team, they can tell you what questions the reporter is going to ask before you ever get on the phone. We can then work through the answers together. So being prepared. The third thing about this, and this is just specific to PXU, in my experience having worked with the district, you guys have a lot of abbreviations and acronyms and things like that. Like Richard gave me directions for parking. He said, well, when you come to CEE. Now, I didn't want to admit that I didn't know what CEE was, so I'm like, he's talking and I'm on my phone. I'm like, let me Google CEE. Use layman's terms, okay? Don't expect that people know what the acronyms are and things like that. That was my biggest challenge in working with the district, was trying not to be like, yeah, I don't know what that is all the time, okay? So those are the do's. Here, so the don'ts, right? Don't lie. Yeah, no, none of that stuff, yeah. Don't, yeah, no, I mean, even PXU is kind of a, I mean, I get it now, but at the time I was kind of like, well, yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Don't mislead people, don't be evasive, don't be defensive, right? I mean, particularly with television, okay, if you're gonna do a TV interview and you're defensive, like the camera amplifies, like the camera makes me look twice as fat as I am to begin with, right? The camera amplifies whatever your qualities are. If you're nervous, if you're defensive, you're gonna look 5 times more defensive on TV. The other thing I'll give you 2 more quick pieces of advice. 1, don't make jokes. Jokes it just doesn't go over, right? You're just going to offend somebody. The other thing is the other thing is this. Do you have a question or?
A question for, I think, the next point.
Okay. The other thing was, be aware, okay, that you're wearing a microphone and that they are recording what you're saying. You may believe that the interview is over, but you're still wearing a microphone, and the microphone is on. So don't go off to go to the restroom wearing the microphone. That's not good. Don't assume that the conversation is over. Like I've interviewed people, and now you can use your phone to record everything, but I'd have a recorder there and I'd ask them, is it okay if I record this? Sure. And I haven't turned the recorder off, and now we're done talking, and they will say the craziest stuff. And you put the reporter in a position where like, wow, I can't believe you just said that. Now I want to quote that. That can really get you in trouble.
Also remember that Arizona is called a one-party consent state, meaning that you can be recorded without your knowledge, and it's legal.
Right.
So you could just assume you're being recorded pretty much any time, and that will be helpful.
Yeah, I saw.
Was it Board Member Meyer who was before me? Go ahead.
One of my points, one of my questions was, don't be evasive. I guess I'm trying to understand how would that question work, while also the comment of like pivoting, because I've seen other media training where they say like always like pivot from something negative to something positive. So how do you reconcile that in this media training?
Great question. I think it has to, yeah, that is a very good question. I think it has to do with being prepared enough that when you are pivoting, it still feels natural. And when you're pivoting, you're still offering valuable information. You're just not offering them the information that they desperately want, right? So part of it is just appearance, right? If you sometimes somebody asks you a question, you don't want to answer it, so they're like, no comment. I don't want to talk about that. That's evasive, right? If I say, Board Member Meyer, that's a terrific question, and I wish I could talk about that right now. Unfortunately, that's a personnel matter, and our council has told us that we can't talk about that. So when we're in a position where we can be transparent, believe me, we'll get back to you, we'll discuss it. I've avoided the question, but I haven't been evasive, if that makes sense. But yeah, you are, there's a thin line between pivoting successfully and coming across like a jerk, right? you saw, I'm trying to think of what it was the other day. There was, it'll come back. The minute we change topics, it'll come back to me. I'm sorry, Board Member Pastor Rivera, did you have a question?
Yes, going back to the, I believe it's called the one-party consent, is that correct?
Yeah.
You talked about audio and recording and video recordings. Do screenshots and social media posts also count among those as well?
I don't think so. I think the one-party consent state basically means if you're recording a telephone conversation, and I probably should defer to our general counsel, but if you're recording a telephone conversation, one of the people in the conversation needs to be aware. So if I call you and we're chatting, Superintendent Andrade can't record us without us knowing. But if I call you, I can record the conversation and I don't have to tell you.
So I guess a way to think about that, I'm trying to find the right way to ask this. You're exchanging a text with somebody and they then decide to screenshot without your knowledge and take that to the news. Is that permissible?
I think it's rude, but I believe it's permissible. Yeah. Here's what I would tell you. I'll piggyback on what Board Member Marquez just said. I always tell people, like, look, don't put anything in writing, text message, Snapchat, WhatsApp, papyrus, you pick it, right? Don't put it in writing unless you feel like you could do a pretty good job of explaining it to your grandmother, right? Like don't like, there's this scandal going on now with these young Republicans who are saying crazy stuff, right? You've got to be smarter than that. And for all of you, virtually all of your communications are public record. You should be aware when you're sending an email to Mr. Franco or to Superintendent Andrade that I can come along and use public records law to request all that. So I would very strongly encourage you, I'm not saying don't send emails or anything like that, but be aware that somebody can get those emails if that makes sense. Did I answer that correctly?
100%.
Okay, good. Is that helpful?
No, that's absolutely helpful because, well, I'll just keep the rest of my
No,
thoughts to
no,
myself.
it's
That's definitely helpful as we're dealing with colleagues professionally who seek argumentative based.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I understand what you're getting at. The other thing I would tell you, I usually save this for the end, but I think it applies right here. You're all public figures, okay? You're in elected office. This is an important role. You've got 24,000 students and thousands of employees. It's a multi-million-dollar organization. Be aware that every single human being who has a phone is potentially a reporter. I mean, this is a goofy example, but a woman who later became a friend of mine, she went to Las Vegas with her husband, and she had a little too much to drink, as people do in Las Vegas. And she was down at Fremont Street and started dancing. And she was sort of trying to dance with this fellow who was an older gentleman who was in a wheelchair. And his wife came along and pushed her away. Somebody else came along and filmed this. Well, it got posted to Snapchat. And Snoop Dogg reposted it to Snapchat. So it got 15 million views on Snapchat. And it was kind of funny until people thought that she was being disrespectful to this fellow who was handicapped. And she had some distinctive tattoos. People tracked her down. She lost her job as a real estate agent. She started getting threats from around the country, had to move. So I only bring that up because just be aware when you're out in public that potentially you're a public figure and some people might not like what you stand for and what you do. Tips for interviews. Okay, I think these are pretty simple, and I'd like to go through them real quick. We all watch, I'm assuming we've all watched the local news a time or two at some point in our lives, and I'm pretty sure you all are aware, nobody gets quoted on the news for longer than 15 seconds, right? I mean, a long TV news story is probably 90 seconds long. They might have, in 90 seconds, 3 or 4 quotes from people like yourselves who are board members. That quote, a long quote, would be about 20 seconds. So if somebody asks you a question and your answer begins, that's a good question. You know, back in Civil War times in the 1860s, That's not going to be a 20-second response, okay? I would really encourage you to keep in mind that 15 or 20-second rule. Reporters are really, in the television world, looking for you to say something emotional, novel, and fast. So if you say something quick that takes 15 seconds, you'll be on the news. I want to emphasize that you should never guess. Guessing is like one step away from lying, because you can guess and you'll be wrong. So you should never be afraid to say, look, I don't know. It's a great, I don't have that information right in front of me. It's a big school district, 27,000 employees and students. I don't have all the information about every single thing. I don't know. We'll find out. I want you to think, I call it Q&O instead of Q&A. Q&O is question and opportunity. Somebody asks you a question, and we're going to get to that shortly, these scenarios. Understand the question. To go back to what Board Member Meyer said, pivot to your message. Reframe what the reporter is asking you. The reporter may ask you a question about having metal detectors or weapons detectors. You may not want to discuss that in the way they want you to. The pivot would be, we are going to do everything we can within reason to keep our students safe. As opposed to talking about students with guns, now I'm talking about student safety. Highlight your key points, steer the conversation in your direction. Every question is an opportunity to tell your story. Most important point, whole presentation. Keep it simple. Can't emphasize it enough. Second most important point. If I could have you eliminate one word from everybody's vocabulary here when doing interviews, I would like to eliminate the word but. Whenever you're having a conversation with somebody, right, and they say the word but, don't you find yourself, it's like, oh, but. Something bad's coming next, right? I find myself like when I have bad news to deliver, I try to use and as opposed to but, right? Right. But empathy goes such a long way in these scenarios. So when you've got bad news, and unfortunately this district has had a number of situations involving, students who were injured or students who passed away, there may not be a lot that you can talk about the facts, but there's certainly an unlimited amount of empathy that you can provide. And we've probably all heard I guess it's a Maya Angelou quote about nobody will remember what you said, but they will remember how you made them feel. That's the point here. I'll get to this, and then I think we can probably break off and do these scenarios. But the other thing I want to eliminate is the phrase "no comment." Okay, you just sound like a jerk. I can't put it any simpler than that, right? I ask you a question, no comment. Just can't comment, right? We're still in the process of gathering information. I like to say, I say this quite a bit, I'm just not in a position to discuss this right now. I don't know what that means exactly. I don't know what position I am in versus the position I could be in, but it's a nice way of saying, look, I can't talk about this today. We're just not right there. I'll get back to you ASAP as soon as I have more details. There's a lot more slides. I think we can dispense with it for today. I think I'd rather talk about practical stuff like these scenarios. How do you want to do this, Richard?
So we'll have the board members get in groups of 2. You guys can kind of set yourselves up. And we have a group of scenarios with some questions. The 3 of us will walk around and offer some support. There's pretty clear instructions on coming up with a very basic and simple response to the scenarios that you have. We'll go through as many as we can get through in the time that we have. So
Sounds
I'll go
good.
ahead and hand those out.
I think that, the biggest thing I really want to emphasize is turning on the microphone. No, the biggest thing I want to emphasize is you have support. The marketing and communications team is here to work for you, to give you the facts, to work through these things and set you up for success. And I hope that you'll avail yourselves of that. That's the quickest way to basically deliver the story that we want to deliver. Richard, do you want to do a group of 3 and group of 2, or?
Yeah, I was actually just thinking that, do we still have sort of Oliver online? So yeah, let's do one group of 3 and one group of 2.
If we include, if the superintendent can be included, I think that would be even, right? 2, 2, 2.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's do that. 2, 2, 3.
And then just have like a couple of them go over it. Sure. And we won't go through all of them.
Okay. We're gonna do about 13 minutes of work time, 10 minutes of work time, and then we'll come back together, we'll share some responses, and we'll wrap right at 3. Come back at 2:50. together. David, it is your show, sir.
Okay. I thought these scenarios were pretty helpful, so congrats to Richard for putting these together. These are outside of where I would have taken you guys. I would have made it much meaner, but probably less realistic. The most important thing in these scenarios is not to operate in a vacuum, right? I mean, this is a team sport, what you do. And I would encourage you to lean on folks to get you the information you need before you put together a response. I tell my clients all the time that when reporters call, we typically have less than 60 minutes to get some sort of answer together. That means a handful of things. One, determining what the facts are. I did work for the Hualapai Indian tribe for a number of years. And unfortunately, one of the situations I dealt with them was a helicopter crash in a side canyon near their Grand Canyon skywalk. And we ended up with national media coming from Las Vegas, Los Angeles, Phoenix, etc. And they had all sorts of questions. And the hardest thing to do was to get the facts, because this helicopter had crashed at the bottom of a side canyon next to the Grand Canyon. And so it wasn't like you couldn't just walk over to the scene and figure it out. And you couldn't use radios or telephones or things like that. So what are the facts? What is still unknown? How can I find out whether the district knows what is going on? Leaning on Eileen Fernandez about what information am I allowed to share? Do I even want to comment on this topic? Who benefited from whatever happened? Who was the loser in whatever scenario happened? I think it's really important to know when it is worth commenting and when it isn't. I mean, I've worked with city councils before where one member of the council is a real outlier. That member of the council will drive a lot of controversy by saying things, some of which are true, some of which are not true. The other members of the council have felt really compelled to try to straighten it out, give interviews, get in arguments. And I think in the final analysis, our advice generally tended to be, don't create a public spectacle. Pick your spots, pick your media venues where you can be effective, but we don't want to get into, this is what I explained to the council in question was, look, if we get into like a public fist fight here, a verbal, knife fight, reporters will love it. You will not look good in that fight. My mom used to tell me, you lie down with dogs, you get fleas. That was kind of the scenario we found ourselves in with this particular city council. Why don't we take a look at scenario one, if you don't mind. I found this to be interesting. Rebecca said she thought it was pretty simple. I think it's pretty complicated, right? Disgruntled staff member shows up at a meeting, call to the public, and just rips into the district after getting a poor performance evaluation. The reporter's there, not unreasonable. Reporters sometimes attend your meetings. And then you can see the reporter going and interviewing this employee after it's over. The reporter then emails each of you and says, hey, can you respond to these public comments? And what's the district going to do about this? What do you do?
It's an HR matter and confidential. But that's not in the spirit of this exercise. That would be my response too, but this is an HR matter, it's confidential. We can, the board can look at policy that pertains to HR issues. However, the board does not manage or interfere in individual staff members.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about that, Richard?
Bravo. I mean, that's great. The hope in that scenario was to lead us towards this is a personnel matter and we don't comment on personnel matters. So I appreciate that you found your way there naturally.
I did find it interesting the other day. I saw a reporter for Arizona Family go to a city council meeting, sign up for call to the public, and then ask questions for an interview during call to the public, which struck me as, and I actually had asked Eileen, I'm like, the board, you can't talk during call to the public, right? You're not allowed to answer the questions. So it was just media grandstanding, right? I mean, but it reminded me of that in this, in this particular scenario. What about the other team here? Did you have the same sort of response? What was your response?
A teacher voice. Yeah, that was a personal matter between the evaluator and the teacher, and I really can't comment on personal matters.
The one thing I would say, so here's where I think that I'm gonna go and lean toward question and opportunity as opposed to just strict Q&A. I do think this is an opportunity for you to say, if you want, we value all 3,000 employees here at Phoenix Union, here at the district. They're the backbone of what we do. Having said that, every employee is very important to us. And I listened very carefully to what was said. I can't discuss a personnel matter in public. So to that regard, I can't answer any specific questions regarding what was said during call of the public. But I will tell you that generally, making sure that our team members are very happy, that's job one, right? So it's an opportunity to go ahead and say something beyond just, I can't talk about its personnel matter. But again, that's optional, right? I do. The key is, don't answer back on the email and say, yeah, that person was a real jackass. And he was a terrible employee. And that's exactly why they got the terrible performance evaluation.
It was just a matter of time.
Right, you're exactly right.
Well, that's what I was trying to do when I said that, as a board, we can look at those policies, but for this individual, we're unable to intervene.
Sure, yeah, but I do think again, leading with empathy in that scenario, not the whole but thing, yeah, we care about all the employees, but this guy, every district, every organization has, my theory is it's 10-80-10. 10% of the people are unbelievable high performers, 80% of the people are in the middle, and then 10% show up at call to the public and protest their poor performance evaluation or something like that.
And so, David, I know that we're going to be doing some additional opportunities.
Right.
And so, yeah, we definitely want the board to get a sense through this, and then we'll obviously, hopefully, you guys appreciate it and enjoyed it, and we can bring David back for some future.
Yeah, I'd love to come. I mean, honestly, I think the real value of media training, to be really candid, is we sit down one-on-one, two-on-one, two-on-two. We have a camera. We record what you're doing. And then we talk about your response, your body language, your poise, and how you phrase things. And I think that when you've done that a few times, and for example, I fidget, so I can't do interviews on a chair with wheels. I really can't, because I will roll around and I will look like an idiot who's hyperkinetic or something like that. So I want to be able to do it with you in a situation too, where it's not in public, we're not in front of 15 people, we never want to embarrass anybody, but we do want to be challenging. And I think that'd be the value of coming back and doing some small group stuff, just a couple of us, but.
Can we have one more? Oh, yeah.
I think one of the things I found, because I'm not good off the top of my head, that's not who I am. So I practice words that I want to become part of my vocabulary, like active investigation, fully investigating, engagement, human resources, confidential. Those are words I don't use all the time in my vocabulary. And I find if I practice those words and they become more a part of me, it helps. Does that make sense?
It really does. Let me add to that for a half a second, because a couple of my favorites, I love the word balance, right? because you can frame virtually every question that has a binary response as, look, we're trying to strike a balance between, making sure our classrooms have the resources that they need and responsibly spending taxpayer money. Like, nobody is against being in balance, right? So it becomes a pretty powerful word. I also like comprehensive. I think I overused it to the point where Rebecca probably cuts it out of every, it's like a drinking game where I'm gonna throw comprehensive in there 4 times. But, we're putting together a comprehensive policy. We're doing comprehensive investigation. I'm just trying to get across, like, what we do, we're not just looking at it for 2 seconds and making a knee-jerk decision, right? But I like what you're saying, which is just, look, I know what my strengths are, I know what my weaknesses are, and so I know I have a little work to do. And that's the point, like, doing interviews can become easier once you get used to the idea of, like, oh, here's the ground rules, right? Like, it's always uncomfortable the first time you do it. The 10th time, it becomes increasingly more comfortable. The key is not to get so comfortable that you're not prepared.
The other thing I found, like in teaching, not to use right and wrong, good or bad, but unacceptable and acceptable. And
Sure.
it was amazing the response to those words versus the other 4 words.
Mhm.
So finding those words that balance.
Well, like we're saying
That
about,
balance.
about but versus and, right? Like and feels additive, but feels like I called you out, right? So I would just say, we'll sum it up, right? I mean,
Before we move on, could we look at scenario number 2? I'm just wondering what the opportunity there in this scenario is.
Disgruntled bus full of students returning from a meet involved in an accident. Bus driver is accused of being intoxicated based on their behavior. Too early to tell if this is true. No official lab results. Media has reached out for email for comment on the matter, asked you to confirm or deny the allegations. They also request you give comment about what you would say to parents who are hearing the news. I mean, again, I think the opportunity in that, if you're asking me, the opportunity is we try every day, not just to provide a great education, but safe space for our students. In after-school events, whatever they're doing, we put a high premium on keeping them safe. If there's a scenario where students have been placed in an unsafe situation, we are going to go ahead and make sure that we take care of that, right? So again, it's, obviously if this scenario is true, this is unacceptable. I want to lean toward the idea that we don't know right now what's true and what's not true, so I can't discuss the facts of what happened here. I will tell you that our number 1 priority is keeping our kids safe. If they're not safe, they're not going to get the education that they are capable of receiving here at PXU. So again, I think it goes back to what Board Member Cross said, right? There's a few key words, there's a few key concepts that we use to frame virtually everything, right? I mean, I know that you're very politically savvy. You're certainly aware, like if we went out and we polled on what people care about, public safety, education, quality of life, jobs, the economy. Those are the key words, the key concepts. So I want to frame our responses around what people care about and that shared ground. Does that make sense?
I would also say that in this scenario, the media are looking for information. Most likely, any information that at this time, you're probably not allowed to, or it's not a good idea to share. So instead you can pivot to thinking about what steps, what actions the district is going to take. Because I think in this situation, a lot of the desire from the public is to know that you guys are taking this seriously and are doing everything you can to investigate what happened, provide support to the families, ensure this doesn't happen again. So just talking about what you are planning to do can give people that kind of reassurance that you're taking this situation very seriously, but you're not actually having to divulge any information.
This is also one of those times. This is a great scenario, and I'm glad you brought it up. This is one of those times where I'd really want to be aware of what social media is saying. What I don't want to have happen is, hey, there's a kid on the bus who used his phone and has cell phone video, right? There's kids who are doing interviews saying, I was on the bus, I was terrified. The bus driver was going 85 miles an hour and he was obviously drunk. So kids are out there saying all sorts of things, parents are out there saying all sorts of things, and if all we can say is no comment, we look kind of ridiculous. So my first call in that scenario, well, my first two calls are going to be, I'm calling the communications team to find out what the facts are and what's out there in the world, and then I'm going to talk to general counsel and say, hey, how far can we go? What can we say, right? And Rebecca's point is a good one. We might not be able to talk about the facts as we know them at this point, but let me walk you through what happens when there is a serious allegation in the district. Here's how we're going to handle this, right? And again, people are probably not going to remember what the protocol is to handle a serious, comprehensive investigation. They're going to see you do the interview and they're going to say, they really seem like they're on top of things. That's the win to me, right? They're ironing their shirt, getting ready to go to work, and they're half watching the news, and you pop up for 15 seconds and you say, you know, we take the safety of our students incredibly seriously. We are already deep into an investigation. We're going to cooperate with law enforcement if that's necessary here. You can rest assured that we are taking this incredibly seriously. If that's the quote, and I go back to ironing my shirt and I think, they're really on this, boy. They're not messing around. That's a win. So, thank you. I really appreciate it. I tremendously admire what you all do. I know how hard you work at this. It's not easy. It's not like you're getting rich being on a school board. It's sort of like the last, you know, one of the last pure forms of public service left in America. And so to the extent that we can help, happy to do it. So thank you for the chance to come in and talk to y'all today.
Yes, thank you so much, and we look forward to the future trainings.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, President.
All right, moving on, item 2D, gradebook challenges. Actually, can we, let's take a little, yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
I wanted the
Thank
next
you.
item to be about the school bus driver.
The imaginary bus.
Right, the imaginary bus. I almost say that about the reporter that called the public asking questions. I was like, see, something you can channel.
Did you think it would respond, or was it just?
All right, for real this time. Item 2D, gradebook challenges. Ms. Tellis.
Okay, thank you, President Napa. Members of the board, as we close out this retreat or close to it, we have heard from various teachers, not a whole lot, but some at board meetings around the gradebook challenges. As you may or may not know, we shifted in the gradebook with Synergy this semester. We have since responded with a lot of support that you're going to hear about today. Just this week, we met with our association and really leaned in carefully and listened to specific concerns, unintended consequences sometimes that are real and that we're committed to working out. Again, we don't want the barriers to be in the way. We want to just figure out a way together to remove those barriers so that we can continue with best practices that drive quality instruction and equity. Right now, I don't know if we're in a truly equitable place. It's a little bit messy, as change is, but we're working diligently to try to address these issues. I am keeping a really close eye on it, I can assure you. And our goal is not to complicate teachers' lives. They're hard enough as it is. And so we recognize that. But just like with any shift in practices, there's a curve that needs to happen. So with that said, we have kind of designed the next 20 minutes or so to really acquaint you with the gradebook and then be able to answer any questions you may have so you have a good feeling about it going forward. Thank you. Ms. Tejas.
Well, thank you, Superintendent Andrade, President Napa, members of the board. We are going to share a little bit about grading practices and also the gradebook itself. This afternoon, we recognize it's been a full day of learning and we're also in the home stretch here. So just appreciate the pivot in terms of change of brain function to look at a new topic with you today. So for our agenda today, we're going to give you a little bit of the history of our grade books and also grading practices. We are going to explore some of the changes that you've been hearing a little bit about, talk through training and support that's been available, and also some reflections and next steps with you. So this slide is designed to show you a little bit of the history in terms of best practices and philosophical pieces related to grading practices, as well as some of the system updates. So on the top with the arrows, you'll see our progression basically over the last 25 years as a district, really where we've been in terms of philosophies and also best practices. You can see in the early 2000s, Phoenix Union really started on our journey related to professional learning communities. And if PLCs, if that's not a term that you're familiar with, this is really a group of teachers who teach the same course that meet together and they collaborate around teaching practices to increase student achievement. And they do this by analyzing student data, developing common assessments, and then refining their instructional strategies. So what are they doing when students are excelling, and what are they doing in terms of when students are really being challenged with a curriculum? From there, they designed those supports. Mr. Camp's going to talk a little bit more about our PLCs. We call them now collaborative teams in the district in just a few minutes. From there, you can see that we really began exploring our philosophies associated with grading, as well as the elements of grading. In other words, what are we committing to as a district in terms of grading? Then we entered a time where we really got serious about learning, and our strategic plan really embodied this with the concept of quality seats. And this is something that you're going to hear a little bit more about in just a minute. But how do we guarantee that students, regardless of where they are in the district or who their teacher is, that they're getting the same access to the curriculum, the same standards, and being assessed in the same way? And so from that, we moved into our guaranteed and viable curriculum. You may remember that your EL goal includes the guaranteed and viable curriculum. We've recognized that as a way, as a best practice for our students to really excel. We've also dived into the world related to effective grading practices, which has also been a little bit of paradigm shift. Now, if that's not enough, you can see in the bottom boxes that we've also evolved as a system. So if you parallel those same time frames In the early 2000s, we actually transitioned from that old school handwritten grade books that included attendance as well as grades that had to be figured up on those full day or half day grading periods into the first computer-based program that the district used called Easy Grade Pro. That actually was something that sat outside of the student information system, and the students and parents didn't have a lot of visibility into the grades. So as time evolved and systems changed, we actually adopted a gradebook, a module within our student information system that's also gone through multiple revisions. And this year, the gradebook module that we had been using was getting ready to be sunsetted, and so we were informed by the company that we needed to make a change in the module that we were using. So since that grade module was end of life, we knew we had to upgrade. So just to give you a frame of reference, if you've ever had to transition cell phones from one generation to another, or you're trying to switch platforms from one type of cell phone, like if you're an Apple user and you have to switch to an Android, you fully know how challenging that can be. The applications might look a little bit different. Okay, I see Mr. Pastor Rivera there making a face. It might be a little bit of age in that for sure, but it's challenging, right? You're learning a new platform. Something looks a little bit different. It's not in the same place. You might have to check this off and you didn't before. And so there's a learning curve associated with learning a new system. If you couple that with the changes associated with a shift in grading practices, this is the second change that's been at play while we've been working through this process. Now, you heard a little bit about something called Marks and Grading. Marks and Grading is a district joint committee. It is something that we've negotiated with our association leaders, where we have a group that meets on an annual basis to review our practices related to grading and make recommended changes. This is a loop out, loop back type of committee. So the individuals of that committee are tasked with pushing in with their peers to get feedback. It is, again, something that it meets annually, and those annual changes are reviewed and adopted by you, the governing board, typically late spring. We also decided, along with those quality seats, around, again, how are we guaranteeing students that equity of access and experience. We formalize this in terms of the work that we're doing in the form of a guaranteed and viable curriculum. So what does that really mean? Well, it's an opportunity where teachers have time to prepare, instruct, and assess students, and we're giving students the time to be able to receive, process, and retain all of this new information. That's really our promise of equity around curriculum. And what makes it viable, again, is that time is built in, it's available, and it's protected for students and teachers in terms of the pacing, the curriculum maps that are developed, and it becomes manageable for mastery of levels of instruction. And this is our promise of practice. And the guaranteed and viable curriculum, the next step in that process, or like how do we get there, is really the identification of essential standards. And we spent a 2-year period working with our teachers from across the district to identify those essential standards. Now, what you see up on the screen is what's memorialized in our Marks and Grading Manual. So I want to just give you a second to look at all of those elements of grading. I want to call your attention to the timely piece, because this is really the mechanics associated with the system that we use. Currently, through parent view and student view accounts, students and parents can at any point in time log into their accounts and see how their students or how students themselves are doing. And so that's the timely portion of what you see memorialized up there. The specific, that's the essential standards. And the fair and accurate is related to our grading practices. So here you'll see what are the shared responsibilities for each teacher when it comes to grading, and I'll give you a minute just to take a look at those. I think it's interesting as we've been out speaking with different constituents, what you're seeing up on the screen there is really not what we've heard a lot about. The fair and the accurate, the reasons that we're shifting to our grades reflecting and being evaluative of those essential standards. So let's talk a little bit more about essential standards.
Ms. Tellis, Board Member Pastor Rivera has a question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Napa. So, at least for my school district, we are instructed to do at minimum 2 grades per week. Do we in Phoenix Union have a similar pattern of how many grades at minimum we have to put in?
We don't set that criteria from a district perspective. The collaborative teams or the professional learning communities, that's part of what they do, is they make some agreements around the frequency of grading and the recording of that. Now, I will tell you, because we have students who like to participate in sports, there is an expectation that there's something in the grade book so that we can assess for no pass and no play. So teachers are encouraged at least weekly to put something in the grade book.
Board Member Cross.
Essential standards. So I'm imagining a group of teachers that teach the same subject getting together and deciding which standards they feel is important. And do they weigh the standards in the system? Like one standard is more important than another standard, or do all the standards go into the system?
I'm going to start on the response, and I see that Mr. Kemp wants to weigh in too. So thank you for your question, Board Member Cross. So as I mentioned, we went through an experience over a 2-year period where teachers, and you're exactly right, who teach the same subject, came together. They reviewed all the standards that the state says, hey, this is what you're going to teach as part of your course, and they deemed which of those standards are essential. So a course could have maybe 25 standards. As a former educator, you know that's a lot for teachers to have to teach. And so there are some of those that are more important than others. And so they really narrowed those 25 down that said, in terms of what every student in the district will receive a level of exposure to and have an opportunity to mastery, this is what we are agreeing to. Now, past that, in terms of the weight of each standard, we have some district level criteria, but ultimately we're also getting feedback from the collaborative teams to make those decisions, and those are being pushed out from there. So Mr. Camp, I don't know if you wanted to add to that.
Yeah, just briefly, the process that we followed, we actually used a research-based process called the REAL criteria, where we didn't just ask teachers if they thought it was important. There were 4 categories associated with how important that standard is. For example, 1, the R in REAL, we use too many acronyms, I know, but the R in the REAL criteria means, is that a readiness standard? Is that a standard that they are going to need to be sure to know in order to be successful at the next level of instruction? It's also, and so there's other criteria in there. Every single PLC used the same template with all of their standards and went through that criteria to identify them. We collected them as an entire district, and then through all of that data, we identified the essential standards for each course. Right now, for example, science has 10. Some English courses have 13 to 17. And even though there are different numbers of essential standards by course, all of that work was done collectively and collaboratively through all of our teachers that had the input over the last 2 years. We also do that annually at the end of each year to reassess if those still are, in fact, the essential standards.
The question of that. So if I have 10 math teachers, do you put all 10 of those math teachers in the PLC together for the district? If there's, let's say, 10 in the district.
So PLCs can look a little bit different. Most PLCs, especially in the area of math, are at the campus level. So like all the teachers that teach geometry, as an example, are in a PLC.
Okay.
Now, some PLCs are district level just because we have singletons. Like a teacher only teaches, they're the single teacher at that campus.
I was a singleton. I know that one. Okay.
Yes.
My next question on that is, let's say we have a high-performing school in math, and they're getting together and they're determining their essential standards, and they're different than what a low-performing school is doing as far as test taking in the math. How do you?
So thank you for that question. The essential standards are the essential standards for the entire district. So the collaborative team does not have the ability to say, these are our essential standards, and then there's that lack of equity because it's not the same, which is actually a really good segue to our next topic, if we're okay to move forward. So we're going to talk about the essential standards and why they really matter. So as a district, and I'm happy to provide you all with copies of this book, we engaged in a book study and actually contracted services with the author of this book that really gets at the heart of what essential standards are and why they matter so much for a level of equity of experience and education for kiddos. And so we'd like to just introduce this quick video to give you a little bit more information about what essentials are and why they matter.
Essential is more than identifying standards and calling them essential. It's then cultivating the mindset where you put your back to the wall as a team and decide no kid is walking out of here without these because we've deemed them essential. That's how you treat an essential standard. That's how you treat a priority standard. So it doesn't matter who the kid is, what they look like, where they're from, who the mama is, where the daddy is. It does not matter. When you deem something essential, you treat it like it's essential. And when you do that, the human being is no more creative. There's no greater creative state when we manufacture, put our backs to the wall, and decide there's only one way. There's only one outcome.
All right, we're going to give you just a minute to pause and do a quick think, pair, share. So with an elbow partner and board member Pastor Rivera, I'm going to just ask that you move so you've got an elbow partner. What do you know? What is a guaranteed and viable curriculum and those essential standards, and how do they relate to determining a student's grades? And then I'm going to cue you because we're going to see another quick excerpt from Mr. Williams about the bar related to our curriculum and essential standards. So I'll give you about 2 minutes to think, pair, share with your partners, and then we'll do a quick report out. Okay. So thoughts around a guaranteed and viable curriculum or essential standards, or how they relate to determining student grades. Just some quick thoughts. Board Member Cross?
So my interpretation of this is that they're deciding which of those standards are essential for the student to know as they walk out the door at the end of the year.
You are correct.
State very simply.
And regardless of which school they attend or which teacher they have. Correct. Any other thoughts? Ms.
And for us, it was more about that when I look at a grade, I understand that it's, maybe 2/3 of those essential standards in one way or another. Not everything is that neatly packaged, but gone are the days of extra credit inflation or different styles of grading that can mean very different things when it comes to the standards. This is a little bit clearer, or meant to be.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to transition, and again, just be prepared because you're going to be watching another video here shortly, and we're going to ask that you create a 1 to 2 sentence summary. So again, as we talk about the shifts in grading practices and those essential standards, remember we were talking about quality seats. In other words, what does it mean for a student, regardless of who their teacher is or where they attend school, to have the same access to the curriculum, the same access to those essential standards, because we've deemed them to be essentials, and the same opportunities for mastery. All right, I think we're ready for the video.
This video is the Equity Pledge, the commitments you must make as a team as you're establishing the bar. Between the goalposts, you see the 4 criteria for establishing essential learning outcomes. So let's get to the pledge, the reminders. 1, the bar doesn't move. There's just one bar. There's not a bar for poor white kids or poor black kids or poor brown kids. There's not a bar for the kids that don't speak the King's English. There's not a bar for kids with IEPs. There's just one bar, and it doesn't move. The bar is not to be interpreted as minimal expectations. They are the essentials. It's not all we're going to teach kids, but these are the ones we have to guarantee they master. The bar has to be based on where students must go, not necessarily where they're from. And this is probably leaning more toward schools that are dealing with adversity and impact, schools that I refer to as that school. Oftentimes when you have a population of students with significant learning gaps, the temptation is to weaken the bar. But the bar that your kids must reach has to be the same as the bar for the kids across town. The bar is made up of the learning outcomes all students must master. There are plenty of targets that we hope they get, we wish they get, but these are the ones we must guarantee. Life does not level down. We have to look for leveraging points, finding those targets that'll give us bang for the buck in other content areas. But life does not level down, and so dumbing it down for kids only creates a population of victims. And the last reminder is this, that regarding essentials, the only question we ask is how will we get every student there? Even in the midst of frustration, hitting a wall, not sure what to do next, you have to have this mindset where your backs are to the wall. And the only question is how will we get them there? There is no can they or can't they with the bar. There's only this question.
Okay, we're going to give you a minute to write a 1 to 2 sentence summary, and then we'll give you an opportunity to share some of those reflections out. It looks like you're wrapping up on your ideas, and I see Board Member Cross is eager to share.
So what I'm hearing is there are no excuses, as my father used to tell me. You will learn this, or you will do this. He said, but this to me is what I'm hearing. No excuses. You'll learn this.
That is the expectation that every student will learn and achieve. And the magic and science of teaching is really where it comes in. So the teachers or the collaborative team then work together to determine if kiddos are really excelling, what comes next for them, and if they're really struggling, how are we offering interventions and reteaching opportunities. So you're spot on. Board Member Pastor Rivera?
Sure, I think going back to your summary point, it was maintaining a consistent learning achievement for all students with the main purpose being academic success.
Beautiful. Any others?
I guess my reflection is that every student is capable to meet the guaranteed and viable curriculum, what we set in the classroom. The mystery and the question is how we get them there.
Correct. And again, that's the art and science of teaching. So let's talk a little bit more about collaborative teams, and in order to do that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Camp.
Thank you, Ms. Tejas. Good afternoon, President Napa, board members, Superintendent Andrade. My first slide here outlines the necessary shifts within our collaborative teams, or our PLCs, as Ms. Tejas mentioned earlier. And as you all know, we have dedicated a lot of resources, time, and supports for collaborative teams in Phoenix Union. With student outcomes focused governance and not just 1 year goals that we have, but also the work on establishing our 3 to 5 years goals, it is obvious that we want student outcomes to improve. And as we've heard earlier with the work this morning with Dr. Ramos, what gets inspected is what is expected. I will explain some research a little bit later on this and how effective the work of collaborative teams is when done with fidelity on the exponential growth of student outcomes. There are many examples that this work improves student outcomes exponentially when there's intentional focus on our collaborative teams. And so you can see from our previous slide about the timeline, I was a teacher at Metro Tech, and after that first year teaching, PLCs or collaborative teams sort of came to be at Metro Tech and then other schools as well. As we're continuing this work in student outcomes focused governance, part of that with the grading practices, our shift in purpose moves not so much on the focus on teaching, not that that's not important, but really to a focus on learning. That's why we have interim goals, that's why we're looking at data, that's that focus. We've always wanted to shift from a culture of isolation where you're just doing your own thing in your own room as an independent contractor to a culture of collaboration, because that's where the power works, as we've talked about. And then that focus, we've heard inputs and outputs. We want that focus to be on those outputs, even though we know those inputs are important, and we continue to work on those. And then from the intention of that to the actual results. So as you can see, we're more results-oriented as part of our process. This diagram here outlines our key components within our strategic implementation guide within teaching and learning for this work. There's one question that we have, and how do we create a system that supports student growth? And the answer to this is enhancing that impact through aligned, effective grading practices with students. And research confirms this as well. So you can see up on the top, obviously, a clear purpose with guiding principles. Over there on the right, those essential conditions for quality and effective grading practices. And as we first start this year around that work and change, we still have some work to do, and we know that. The clear guidelines for effective grading practices as well. As we continue through this work, we have clear guidelines outlined in the Marks and Grading Manual, as Ms. Tejas mentioned, and we can work, and we will work to continue to improve that. And that results too, as well as communicating that as student achievement to students. One of the students from the advisory council today came up to me and asked me why we have essential standards now, and after 5 minutes with her, she's like, oh, I got it. I can go back and explain it to my peers, which is great. Ultimately, in the center, that's our goal. As a systematic approach, the GVC being one part of this alignment, is the connection to student achievement at that classroom level. It is important to know this so that as we define better together, you can speak to this at a high level system. This is sort of our elevator speech. The next slide, please. This diagram sort of helps demonstrate that bell curve that we see in any systems change. With over 1,700 staff or teachers that we have, and we've heard from many of them about those concerns. Although some of the support that you've heard recently, and I will talk about in a second, seems reactive, we needed to hear where those struggles were in order to provide the most appropriate forms of support. And we recognize that staff will need additional support. Our district-wide opportunities are effective, but the most effective practice is within our collaborative teams and really pulling up that chair and collaborating with them on that process. If I can go back real quick. So this bell curve, if you've ever seen that distribution curve in any system that you change, you have your innovators and your early adopters that jump on board, they want to do it, and then you have this chasm that tends to fall off, right? If you continue to provide those supports and continue to provide that work, then you get over that hump. And regardless, toward the end, you'll get those laggards, they call them, or fundamentalists that they're just so resistant to change. They want that fax machine back, right? They want that ditto. Somebody said ditto machine yesterday. I don't know if anybody remembers those. But overhead no. Overhead projector, I remember coming home with red and black ink all over my hands. Yes, thank you. This next slide right here, and I'm sure the board is happy that our work is being grounded in research and it's not just circumstance, you know. I'd like to just briefly talk about John Hattie. He is a globally recognized education researcher who has synthesized over 2,100 meta-analysis on student achievement. He really measures through his research what has the most effect size on student outcomes. I'll provide you a graph for sake of time to kind of show you a little bit about what that research says. And even more recently in 2025, he has updated his research. And what continues to be the #1 effect size for student achievement is collective teacher efficacy. And that efficacy is pretty much that ability to produce a desired result. And as you know from our work this morning in student outcomes focused governance, we know what our outcomes, we know what we want to achieve. And so we use this as a guide for our action steps and efforts as a district. And as you can see on that graph, or as you will see, that collective teacher efficacy within our collaborative teams is one of the highest effect sizes. I would like to point out on a side note that the recent research has shown that response to intervention actually has a higher effect size for student achievement than originally thought with his original research. So when you get a chance later tonight and you're bored and you want to read through some more of that, please do so. And so in terms of our response to increase that teacher efficacy, here are some examples of the different supports that we have gone through over the last few years. As you heard earlier from Ms. Tejas, the work over multiple school years to identify collectively those essential standards using that real criteria and reevaluating those at every year. Our content specialists, our professional development team, and our ed mentors receive Synergy training from EduPoint, which is the company that runs Synergy. And we have needed and find solutions to make the technical issues easier or non-existent for teachers. That's the work we still have to do. We provided 26 campus-based trainings with ed mentors, or our technology integration educators. That's the TIEs there. That's another acronym that I should have put on the screen. Our PD team, including those folks, has developed resources, a resource development sort of file in terms of recorded videos, slide decks, one-pagers, screenshots of how those gradebook practices and gradebook technical issues can be resolved. We've offered 8 district-wide trainings, not only regional offerings, but also our PD Saturdays and our virtual tech fests have included those. Our district-led learning and development days, one of which is actually today, includes intentional work and support, not just on our guaranteed and viable curriculum, but the continuation of understanding for essential standards and how that aligns with grading practices. In fact, even today, after the feedback that you heard earlier from association, we took a pause on some of the other professional development choice sessions that we were offering so that more time and focus could be put on that. We also started a gradebook hotline at both the 6-week grading period and the 9-week grading period. I know you heard that at the last board meeting. It was sort of reactive, but we wanted to provide that one-on-one support for teachers that needed it. And actually the 6-week time, we had more teachers take advantage of that. And they were very thankful as soon as they realized it was a click of a button here or there. They were very thankful. And our 9-week session that we offered had less need for that, but there was still some need. I would like to take just a moment for the folks sitting behind me or out in the room or even listening that were a part of any of these supports. I truly thank them for leaning in, learning themselves, and helping teachers learn others. They have relentlessly been working to support this after the start. We launched the Gradebook Task Force just this last month in September, and we have members appointed by CTA, ADA, and the district to determine the best course of action, both short-term and long-term, for our gradebook and grading practices work. And finally, I'd like to just share this slide, which is our realities, the realities that we have experienced over the last couple years and starting this semester. Implementing both system changes, the philosophical grading practices and the logistical grade book technical issues, has been very challenging, and we do not deny that. It does take time to learn these systems, just like the cell phone or computer example that Ms. Tay has provided. And time is also needed to determine how teachers' assessments and assignments that already have been developed and used by collaborative teams align to those essential standards within the gradebook. That's actually some of the work that they continue to work on today. More communication was and still is needed about changes and how that would affect teachers, students, and families. And more time is needed to allow collaborative teams, which is where that power is, and teachers to determine how and what they are already using aligns with those essential standards. And so finally, I will end with this final reflection. I'd like you to just think, maybe 30 seconds or so. What did you learn from today? And what do you still wonder about our work around equitable grading practices? And I thank you for your time.
Questions, comments? Board Member Cross.
So you had the first grading period go out right before break, correct? As we broke. Did we get any responses from parents at all?
I do believe parents have contacted teachers with confusion and needing clarity, which, I think teachers are like, wow, that's great, but not great, right? But so I do know that they've heard from parents, just anecdotally. I don't have concrete data on that, but yeah, I think it's caused concern for some of the parents that are trying to understand what they need to do at home to better support what their teenager is telling them, and then a change of a system from a very traditional system. It just looks a little different, so.
My worry on that too sometimes is it's on. It's on. Sometimes we've got the blind leading the blind. If some of the teachers don't know how to explain it to the parent, is it becoming clear, or do they call somebody else? Or, I'd like to know what the response was from the parents as a whole. I know we don't get that much response, but if it was positive or negative, or besides just the confusion of it.
I do think that this particular teacher that we spoke with at CTA was able to explain it to the parents, and just was a little more embarrassed than anything else of the glitches in the system. I just want to say, beyond the logistical side of it, logistical alone, it took me forever to realize I no longer had a home button on my iPhone. It was habit, right? And so logistically, your brain is rewiring. And I think our teachers can get a hold of that for the most part. They're a younger generation, a lot of them, and they understand it. They get it. They're intelligent. And then on the philosophical side, I think they get as well. Not all of them, but the majority. I think where we can really learn a lot in this task force moving forward are the ahas along the way that only the practitioners every day in the classroom would be able to tell you. The unanticipated consequences or mishaps that the teacher using it every day can bring out to your attention. And those are the things that I'm hoping that the task force can really tackle. Logistically, everyone will come along. Philosophically, it's how we're going to raise student achievement. It's one of the ways we're going to raise student achievement and be able to get a pulse on how our students are doing. But again, they should make sense. So when a teacher puts something in the grade book and it flip-flops something on their grade, and even they're concerned because they know that student is not a D student, like that's cause for concern. So we need to unpack that and figure out what's happening there. There's also there should be a place to put all standards, even the non-essential ones, because you may be scaffolding those, you may be using those, or you may be offering credit for those in some smaller way. So there needs to be an umbrella place for that. So teachers are going to be our best friends when it comes to the enhancements and how to improve it. But for the most part, I think that they're in it with us. but we've got to listen to them along the way because they know what's going on. I often say grading is a small fraction of what they do all day. They teach, and while there's a sliver of that that's grading, that's not all they're thinking about. So we need to be able to be very responsive to them and listen to them as we move through this change management, and really ultimately not hurt students along the way, whether that's through no pass, no play, or whether that's through them giving up because they don't understand why their grade just suddenly dropped because of one grade, one small assignment, or why they maybe aren't incentivized to do this other assignment because it's not weighted as much because it's not essential, or there's just all kinds of glitches right now that we just need, they're nuanced, and so we need to get in there, and we've got this team of experts here in the room. I couldn't ask for a more talented group alongside the people in the classrooms, and we will figure it out, I promise you that.
Ms. Andrade, if I may, President Napa, Board Member Cross, not only did the marketing department help us with an initial communication out to parents that they will see a change from assignments or activities to standards, but our assessment and accountability department is working on a plan to communicate much more in detail to our parents about what they see and what they can do to help at home. And in terms of harm or concerns for grades being negatively affected by this change, we did do an analysis of 9-week grades from last year, first 9 weeks, and this year, first 9 weeks, and there is no significant change whatsoever. In fact, the number of D's and F's that our students across the board in the district have received has actually gone down just a little bit, but we need to unpack that some more. So,
Did I hear you say there's no extra credit in this system?
So I don't know that I actually said that, but if there was an assignment that isn't necessarily, like a notebook check, I think was the example that we saw at CTA, a notebook check when you're encouraging organization and executive function, and that's part of being successful, and incentivizing it with, I don't know how many points or what weight, matters to that teacher, because then they stay on top of their assignments, and so she needed a place to put that notebook assignment and not just arbitrarily attach it to an essential standard. So they're sort of complex issues, but worthy of a conversation and to try to problem solve it together. But I mean, I don't know about canned food. I don't think that's worth anything anymore. So.
So something that the student wants to do extraordinarily out of the scope to hopefully bring this grade up.
I
No
think that's
such
at the
thing.
teacher's discretion. I'm not.
So if I could respond to that, we've changed our mindset around what that's. So it's not an extra assignment, it's an opportunity to demonstrate mastery of that essential standard a second time. So it's a different, exactly. So they do have that opportunity, yes.
Board Member Meyer?
Okay, thank you. I have 3 questions. So my first one is, because I'm still trying to understand how the rollout was and the considerations for this grade book. So at least from the presentation, it sounds like it was a need that had to happen for, because the old system was being outdated and like obsolete, and then because more equitable grading across the department. So I have at least that part correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, so then.
Hold on, I just want to jump in and clarify that, just in case President Napa, member. Synergy was upgrading their system at that point. There was a choice. Both were new. There was the new upgraded grade book and the standards-based grade book. Okay, and so rather than have everyone learn a new grade book and then a year later go to the standards-based grade book, we knew that was the path we were on. You can see historically, we just went that path once the change came place. I hope that wasn't the only choice, though. I want to be clear on that. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense for the timeline. I was wondering, and I'll list out my 3 questions and then feel free to respond now, however. So my first one is, did we have teachers to test the systems before we rolled it out? And then my second question is, what happens in the task force? Like, what is the expectation since that's just starting in September 2025? And then number 3 is what support is happening now for teachers that are struggling with adjusting to it? Because I know you mentioned the hotline, and then I guess I'm wondering, are there more trainings per campus? Like every campus has another training that's set scheduled? Because I see that here too, campus-based trainings. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your question, Board Member Meyer. I'm going to start with your last question first. So as Mr. Camp mentioned, today was an L&D day. And so part of the professional development that was available was content-specific, so subject-specific support around grade books. Collaborative teams had the option of participating in that training. In addition, each campus had an education mentor. It's a person that's assigned to doing nothing but supporting teachers on that campus and instruction and the collaborative teams. And they are boots on ground, day-to-day support that the teachers and the collaborative teams can plug into. Past that, and we have some of them sitting here in the room, our content specialists are also available. It's a quick Teams call or a phone call to be able to receive that additional support. And that's not all that's planned. We recognize just with essential standards, like we had to sit in the space for a couple of years to really refine it. We expect that we will also sit for a period of time with the essential standards as we continue to evolve in our understanding of best practices related to that. In terms of the task force and the expectations, so the reason that the task force was implemented so quickly is we had a crisis, right? We needed to be able to give some direction and some options associated with how to report at 9 weeks, given what we knew and we're hearing from the teachers. So their task force is really designed to do 2 things: inform short-term and also plan long-term. So we have something that's called a guiding coalition, and this is an overarching body of individuals from across the district that really have been leading and guiding the work from a district and a campus level around the guaranteed and viable curriculum, the essential standards. And under that umbrella sit different committees that do different bodies of work. And so the task force will become part of the guiding coalition to help create that cycle of feedback. And then your first question was, did teachers test the system? The answer is yes, they did, based on a beta and a sandbox that we had available last year. Those are some of those early adopters that you saw on the system for change. It wasn't a large group, however. And then we implemented, and even what they had tested looked a little bit different upon rollout. So we did do that, and yet we still experienced some bumps.
President Napa, Board Member Meyer, if I could just add one more detail that's important. Those early adopters that played with the gradebook last year had access to it, but in terms of the standards mode, identifying standards, we actually didn't get access to that until a week before school started, when our new teachers started. So 2 people in particular worked with the rest of the group in the teaching and learning division around inputting those essential standards that were collected over the last 2 years. And so it wasn't a smooth or easy start for us either, but we had to get it done, and we did. And again, the best friends of ours will be the teachers that will help us enhance it even more.
One more question. Okay, thank you. So yeah, thank you for explaining that. That makes a lot more sense. And so I'm trying to come up with like a reasoning in my mind for a dilemma a student presented to me during our student advisory board. They were saying that in their classroom, they had a situation where like they missed an assignment, and even though they made up other assignments, it feels like that one is still dragging them down and dragging down their grade. So based on this conversation, it sounds like that assignment they missed could have been weighted much more heavily based on the standards. Is that a possible outcome?
Board Member Meyer, yes, that is a possible outcome. So for example, part of what the collaborative teams are sitting in a space of, if they're familiar with their curriculum, many teachers are returning, right? And they've had experience with their curriculum. So they have assignments, they have assessments that they've been using and they want to continue to use. Where part of the gap has been is taking that assessment or that assignment and which essential standard does it now align to. So in some cases, you're exactly right. maybe they have 10 assignments towards that one essential standard, but maybe only 1 or 2 for the other. And so if they miss one of those 1 or 2, it could significantly drag their grade down. So that's exactly what might have occurred. Now, part of our work with the collaborative teams is to figure out how over the course of a 9-week grading period, do you create something that's more balanced so that you're not having that inequity of standards.
Okay, that makes more sense. Described that way. Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, well, thank you so much.
Sorry, one last one.
Okay.
Do you have like an estimate? I mean, I know the future is kind of hard to tell. Do you have an estimate of when you feel that teachers will feel more confident in the system? I know it's super new and you also are dealing with challenges that appeared just right before the school year started.
So as I mentioned earlier, part of our evolution as a system will sit in this space over a period of years till we get really good at it. However, we've got students in classes right now, right, that need support. And so that's part of what that task force is designed to do, is to strategize what are we doing right now to make sure that teachers and students and parents are comfortable in this space and that we are accurately assessing student learning. And so the task force will help guide us, and there's a lot of teachers that sit on that with us, and so we're really looking forward to next steps.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Okay, item 2E, overview budget timeline, Superintendent Andrade.
Thank you, President Napa. Members, just want to put out one more reminder as a follow-up. Next week, we will be releasing video messaging as well as written messaging around the state of our current budget for 26-27 school year. And so it's very honest, it's very transparent, and it can be also somewhat heavy. So I wanted you to be aware that that is set to be released about midweek next week. Wanted to remind you all that at our November board meeting, we will be reviewing yet again the state of the budget and the next steps, partially so that the public can hear and partially so you can hear it one more time as board members. During the month of November, our teams are also hard at work with preparations for a preliminary actions to be taken in December and into the next year. So just want to remind you what's coming up in this next season, and should you hear from constituents or others, the message, I will make sure that Jorge and others share that with you as well so that you have a copy of what's been said. And I believe Mr. Franco, from a media perspective, will also give you a Q&A or a fact sheet so that you are accustomed to what the reality is and what the exact numbers are if you should be asked. So, all right, that's all I had.
3A, requests for future agenda items. Members, are there any items you would like to recommend for consideration for future board meeting agendas? 3, 2, 1, okay. 3B, motion to adjourn the governing board meeting or retreat. Having concluded our business, is there a motion to adjourn?
I motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion to adjourn has been made by Board Member Pastor Rivera, seconded by Board Member Meyer. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.